Okay, good evening. We are now live and it is Thursday, November 19th of 2020. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Newark Unified Board of Education. It is 6:30 p.m. And with that, roll call, please, Ms. Gutierrez.
Member Zhang,
Here.
Member Nguyen,
Here.
Member Rodriguez is absent. Member Martinez.
Here. Thank you. And so we move to item 2, which is the approval of the agenda. Before we make a motion to approve, does anybody have any requests for modifications to the agenda?
Yes, thank you, President Martinez. Good evening, board members, staff, and community. Yeah, we'd like to pull item 11.6, please.
Okay. Any other items? Okay, so can I please have a motion to approve the agenda less item 11.6?
I move to approve the agenda, less 11.6.
Thank you.
I second.
Thank you, Member Zhang and Member Nguyen. Ms. Gutierrez will be using board docs to vote?
Yes.
Okay.
The vote has been sent. Just waiting for Member Nguyen's vote to get locked in.
I apologize. It's asking me to log back in.
Okay, it's okay. We'll give it a minute. If not, we could take a voice vote.
I can record your vote, Member Nguyen, if you'd like.
Okay.
Okay. Closing voting. And vote passes.
Okay. So the motion carries with 3 ayes. And I should mention that given that there are only 3 of us this evening, all actions must be approved with 3 unanimous or with unanimity with 3 positive votes. Okay, thank you. And with that, we move to item 2.2, which is public comment and closed session items. Any request to speak, Ms. Gutierrez?
No comments.
Okay, thank you. So before we recess to closed session, we will be discussing 3.1 public employee discipline dismissal release, 3.2 conference with labor negotiator organizations NTA and CSCA, conference with labor negotiator NUMA, unrepresented supervisors and contracted management. 3.4 is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. And 3.5, which is conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. And with that, we recessed to closed session and we will see you back here shortly. Thank you.
Are we live yet?
Paul, we are not live. I'm not sure.
Yes,
Lucy,
we're live on it says that we're live on YouTube.
We are live, and as soon as you're ready to start.
Okay. Do we have superintendent? Yep, I think we've got everyone. Okay. Welcome. As we reconvene to open session, it is 7:02. Please, Ms. Gutierrez, let the record show that student member Salemi has joined.
Record noted.
Okay, very good. And with that, if we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And Ms. Gutierrez, do you know if we have the image of the flag?
Yes, we do.
Ready? Begin. I pledge
I pledge
allegiance
allegiance
to the
to
flag
flag
of the
of
United
the
States,
United States
of
of
America,
America,
one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty
and to which stands,
Nation.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
liberty,
with liberty
justice for
and
all.
justice for all.
for all. Sorry, next I should be pick one person. We're at different rates. Apologize for that. Okay, thank you. And so next item is reporting out on closed session actions, and I do have an item to report. It's on item 3.4, which is existing litigation. In closed session, the board approved a settlement in Brazil versus Newark Unified School District, Alameda County Superior Court case number RG 178-59813 in the amount of $200,000 by a vote of 3 to 3 of 3 with trustees, member Zhang, Nguyen, and Martinez voting in favor. And no votes opposed, given that there's only 3 of us in attendance today. Thank you. Okay, just before we go ahead and move into the next order of business, I typically just review the some of the rules of engagement in terms of how folks can provide public comment. So again, in our landing page of the agenda, it gives you instructions to either submit requests for written comment, and that those requests would be due on the Wednesday before the meeting by 5 p.m. And those requests or those statements will not be read out loud, but they will be part of the record, and the board will have access to those. For those that would like to request live comments, those requests need to be in by 1 p.m. on the day of the meeting. And again, both of those should be labeled either written public comment or live public comment. And the instructions are on the webpage. Public comment at newarkunified.org is the email you would send that to. The board, there is a statement there that we may leverage today, which is the board may exercise its discretion regarding the amount of time for each public comment, depending on the number of comments received on any particular item. As with in-person meetings, the board respects the right of the public to comment on board matters. The content of the messages should be civil and appropriate for a public meeting of a school district governing board. Employees who are defamed by public comment may be entitled to pursue legal action against those who engage in such speech. In compliance with the American with Disabilities Act and upon request, individuals who require appropriate alternative modifications of the agenda or accommodations in order to observe or participate in board meetings are invited to contact our executive assistant, Ms. Lucia Gutierrez at lgutierrez@newarkunified.org by noon on the Monday preceding the scheduled board meeting. Okay. So again, this is all available on our agenda landing page. Okay. Thank you for bearing with me there. And so we move to item 6, which is employee organizations. Ms. Gutierrez, do we have folks from, okay,
Yes, Ms. Sue Eustace from CSEA.
thank you. Welcome, Ms. Eustace.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Triplett and other members of the audience. I have a short report tonight. CSCA in October and November had its elections of officers for the next 2 years. And so again, I will be the president for the next 2 years, so you're stuck with me. And my vice president is going to be Maria Huffer. And our new secretary is going to be Sarah Kieser. Our treasurer is Adrian, I always mispronounce her name, Notari. And our sergeant of arms is Janelle Guzman. Our communication officer that does our newsletter is Angela Lee. And our historian is Pat Doyle. Our chief job steward is Katie Gilroy. We have a full negotiations team, Adrian and Miranda Dunsmore and Maria Huffer, Ed Ingo, and Bertha Deandra. We have 3 stewards at this point, which is Katie Gilroy, Sarah Kieser, and Maria Huffer, and we have 2 others that possibly are going to be able to come on as stewards once they're trained. So I'm really happy in the idea that we have a full slate of officers, full negotiations team for the next 2 years. And we're going to be working on our different committees and our events for this next couple of years in the next month or so. So that's basically my report tonight, but I would like to wish everyone a very happy Thanksgiving and hope that everybody has a very nice Thanksgiving. I know that it may not be exactly the way we want it, but next year it'll be better, hopefully. And so we're here. We picked up most of our foods. We're ready to start partying at our house. And there's just 3 of us, but we're going to have a very good time. And I hope you all do too. And I especially want to thank Lucia for your extra efforts in getting me to come to the meeting tonight. I really appreciate it. And I apologize. I'll try to become better at answering your emails, but I've been suffering with sinus headaches for the last 2 days. So anyway, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Eustace, for joining. Ms. Gutierrez.
We have updates from NUMA with Catherine Ingham Waters.
Okay.
Good evening, Board President Martinez, Board Trustees, Superintendent Triplett, and Executive Cabinet. As you know, tomorrow is our last instructional day before an entire week off. The excitement of students, teachers, staff, and even administrators too is high indeed. The idea of a week off to rest, recharge, and reflect is exactly what we need after this long haul of distance learning. The next week will also be a time of Thanksgiving, and our NUMA team is thankful indeed. Thank you to our students and families for their hard work and dedication through this time of distance learning. To our NTA partners for their magical ways they continue to make learning engaging and inspiring, even through those Zoom and Google glitches. To our CSCA partners for supporting the sites and district in countless ways, from feeding our students to answering endless phone calls from our parents and families, to supporting our teaching staff, to keeping our grounds in good form. To our superintendent and board for highlighting the wonderful work our sites and departments do and supporting and promoting our continuous learning. To the Newark and NUSD community, on behalf of our NUMA members, have a restful and safe Thanksgiving break.
Thank you, Ms. Ingham Waters. We appreciate you and the team and the entire team.
That's it for updates.
Very good, thank you. And the next item is the school spotlight, Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Martinez. And Ms. Gutierrez, if you could let Principal Byrd into the panel, that'd be wonderful. So as you all will remember, we are starting we're continuing the tradition of doing school spotlights every month. And so we did this month include the calendar of all the spotlights that are going to happen throughout the year. We're very fortunate that this month we are able to spotlight Graham Elementary, which has done such amazing things. And we're really delighted to have Principal Byrd here with us to showcase the wonderful work of both her leadership and with all of the staff at Graham Elementary. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Principal Byrd.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, Newark School Board. I'll just go ahead by sharing my screen. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Principal Akila Byrd, and I'm the principal of Graham Elementary School. This is my 5th school year of leading Graham, and I'm excited tonight to have the opportunity to present about our fabulous school this evening. Let's begin with our school mission. At Graham School, it is our mission to provide students with a safe, respectful, and supportive environment while teaching students to become lifelong learners, thinkers, communicators, and the positive contributors to our society. Distance learning and data. Graham's instructional priorities, if you can see them, you might not be able to, but falls under the Newark Unified School District priorities of student engagement through rigorous standards-based instruction, assessment for learning, and social emotional learning and wellness. During distance learning, students submit assignments and are assessed in a multitude of ways. Our first example is a Flipgrid submission from Samantha, who shares her learning about the election process.
Hello, my name is Samantha, and the Electoral College is a body of electors established by the United States Constitution. And what I learned about the votes is each candidate has a different opinion. It takes 270 votes for a person to win the presidency. My stand on the question, do you think electoral votes or popular votes should count to win the presidency, is neutral.
I appreciate how she shared that her stance is neutral, letting others know that it's okay to be different and to not always choose a side. Our next sample is a photograph from Thomas Jacob, and he has an illustration about condensation. Condensation is an everyday event, and I appreciate how Jacob has labeled his diagram here to show us how condensation occurs when certain conditions are met. I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate all of our parents and guardians who continue to support learning at home during distance learning. Now join me for a stroll down memory lane. The California School Dashboard does not simply represent a color for schools, just to be labeled. However, it's an opportunity to celebrate improvement and success. It's an opportunity for us as a school site to talk about system changes and what we are doing to meet the needs of all learners. In 2019, the last school year of standardized testing, in the area of English language arts, Graham School increased by a massive 25.5 points in just one academic school year, moving from the orange to the yellow. Now, when we disaggregate this data, because I know that oftentimes doing that can reveal patterns that can be maxed by only focusing on aggregated data. To our surprise, all 4 significant subgroups increased in ELA as well. Graham students with disabilities increased 14.6 points. English language learners increased 25.1 points. Hispanic students increased 27.1 points. And our socioeconomically disadvantaged students increased 31 points. Job well done, Graham Cougar Cubs in English language arts. We achieved similar gains in mathematics. On a California school dashboard, we started in the orange, and we were able to increase in just one academic school year, 24 points. Once again, in looking at our data, every significant subgroup at Graham made double-digit gains in mathematics. Our English language learners increased by 17.7 points. Hispanic students increased 20.3 points. Our socioeconomically disadvantaged students increased 26 points. And our students with disabilities increased a whopping 35.3 points in mathematics. And those are our students with IEPs. Congratulations, scholars, teachers, staff, on your hard work and your commitment to academic success. I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to share a final data point. At Graham School, we were only 5.9 points away from being in the green in ELA. At Graham School, we were only 6.3 points away from being in the green in mathematics. We have a lot to be proud of as a community of learners. Now, moving on to our site instructional priorities. Here we have an assignment submitted by Priscilla, one of our primary students, and she shares about her family with a very beautiful illustration. We have a campus-wide initiative to advance student critical thinking skills through inquiry, problem solving, and reflection, through use of the 50-50 talk time strategy in classrooms to increase learning for diverse student assets and needs. We will achieve this by continued implementation of SEAL, which is the Sobrato Early Academic Language Model, the use of Readers and Writers Workshop, use of blended learning, iReady, Epic, Zern, and Khan Academy, ELD intervention science and PE collaboration, the use of digital platforms, Google Classroom, Flipgrid, Jamboard, Blooms, and Seesaw, and the use of our support staff. Graham funds a full-time intervention teacher and a full-time bilingual aide. Graham Assessment for Learning. Here we have one of our kindergartners, Vanessa, and she sounded out letters in order to make a sentence on her whiteboard from home, and she's actually in class with Miss Paxton. Our campus initiatives are flex time across all grade levels. This is through a professional learning communities model. That's a time where all of our learners are shuffled by ability to receive either additional intervention or an opportunity of challenge. We attribute our tremendous academic gains to our 3-year implementation of Flex, and 1 year we were able to have smaller class sizes overall. We collect data over time, focus on feedback, check for understanding and synchronous sessions, make the data useful, which drives our instruction and our priorities. Graham Social Emotional Learning and Mental Health. Our campus initiative is to advance social emotional learning school-wide and to prioritize self-care of staff. We have all experienced a great deal of change this calendar year, including things like a pandemic, the effects of systemic racism, and now potential school closure. So we need to take the time to focus on realistic and specific needs. In particular, the social emotional needs relating to increasing the learning and well-being of all students and staff alike. We also must check in on students' well-being and their overall distance learning experience. Some key things we do at Graham is the implementation of Second Step. We are a PBIS school. We make full use of our cost referral process. We have student social groups even during distance learning. We have student leadership even during distance learning. And we've also had school-wide virtual assemblies, hope to have our second one next month. We have class buddies, reading buddies. We are fortunate to have a full-time EBAC mental health clinician, which is through a county grant. And this year, we also funded an 80% mental health clinician with our site funds. And we have our annual Unity Day activities, which we are known for. This is a time when we honor our yearly anti-bullying campaign, where we stand together against bullying, united for kindness, inclusion, and acceptance of all. And we use restorative practices, using restorative methods for teaching and conflict resolution. And I actually just want to go back because I skipped something and I don't want to do that. So let me just fix that here. So in the upper right, if you can see, if I'm not over that screen, I want to bring attention to our Unity Day mask, which was funded by our PTA GPS. So we thank them. And our lead custodian, Mrs. Beth Jones, actually designed them with getting the Unity Day and the Cougar Cub paw print on them. So each student as well as staff member received one. In the center photograph at the top there, you see a peace sign. That's our culminating activity from last year. Those are orange ribbons that represent, again, each student on campus and each staff member. And we have one of our moderate severe students actually admiring the peace sign, wearing his orange Unity Day shirt. At the bottom this school year, because our school building is closed, we had to change up what we do. So we use solo cups. And if you have the opportunity to look, each of those solo cups has a name of each of our students and staff members to form unity. What makes Graham special, some may ask? Well, we have ability-based learning. We have the after-school Think Together program. We have a Condango preschool on site. We have many GPS activities by our parent volunteers. We host parent workshops to help families with academics like English language arts, reading, mathematics. We have dedicated literacy and art volunteers who come and share their expertise for free with our students year after year. We have student leadership, and of course, we have unity at Graham. During virtual learning, we have some new things we've implemented after school virtual clubs. Right now, we have gaming, music, photography, art, arts and craft, and Save the Planet, because we still have a goal to one day become a green school. So our green team works really hard, and we want to try to continue that during distance learning. Here we have one of our Unity Day leaders. So in closing, I would like to share Alex's Flipgrid video. That is one of the videos we played during our virtual assembly.
Hi, my name is Alex, and I am in the 4th grade. Unity Day unites us against bullying, but the rest of the year we can also make decisions to be kind and include others. Right now, I do this at home being nice to my little brother. I look forward to being back at Graham School and including a new friend in the game.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to share about our fabulous school, the Graham Cougar Cubs.
Thank you so much, Principal Byrd. If I may, President Martinez, I would just like to add that I've had the honor of getting into 4 different classrooms at Graham. Ms. Irwin's class, Ms. Villo's class, Ms. Canlas Flam Salazar's class, and Ms. Clevenger's class, and it just the care and the skill and the intention of the teachers at Graham that I've seen is just really outstanding. So I look forward to being in all of the classes there. But I just did want to shout out those 4 teachers who I've had the honor of stepping into their classrooms.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett.
Thank you, Superintendent. Yes, Ms. Byrd, thank you so much for really coming and really bragging about your school. You have a lot to share and be proud of. So thank you. I know you'd shared the amazing progress that your students have shown. And obviously here we are in this condition, so it's hard to see that trajectory, but I'm sure it's happening, with a lot of extra special effort and coordinated effort, really, across all of your staff. So thank you so much for bringing that forward. And I'm going to go ahead and open it up for the other board members if they wanted to comment, including our student board member. I know don't always student member Salemi.
Board Member Zhang, would you like to go first, or?
Yeah, I can go first. I really appreciate your efforts, particular having such a dramatic academic improvement for a Title I school is very, very hard. There behind the scene, there must be a lot of hard work behind that, and I was fortunate enough before the pandemic to attend the No Bullies Day at Graham. I got that shirt myself as well. That was given Graham is such a diverse school where we have students coming from all walks of life, all nations around the world, like coming here, and then so I hope we can keep up the anti-bullying culture where everybody, regardless of your background, regardless where you come from, is treated with respect and dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Zhang.
Member Nguyen?
Yes. So I am definitely a proud parent of a Graham student, and I have been very fortunate enough to be a part of the Graham family and be able to work very hard alongside with all the teachers there and also with Principal Byrd. So I couldn't compose myself through the presentation. I'm so very proud of all of your guys' accomplishments there at Graham, and I know that initially I've always said this, but I've always had when thinking about putting my kids into public school, I had reservations of putting them at Graham initially, but throughout the years, I can honestly say that it is one of the best decisions that I've made is to put my kids into the public school system here in Newark and have the teachers at Graham teach my 2 daughters. So I have a lot of pride and I'm very proud of the teachers there. Thank you for all the hard work that you do.
Member Nguyen.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Nguyen. Okay. Any other comments? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Byrd. Thank you, Superintendent Triplett. Okay, Ms. Gutierrez, we move to item 8 on the agenda, public comment on non-agenda items. Do we have any speakers?
No speakers, no request.
Oh, okay. Very good, thank you. And with that, we move to Superintendent, your superintendent report, item 9.1.
Okay, thank you very much, President Martinez. Let's see, let me just tee this up here. One second, sorry. So I will try to make my superintendent report brief this evening because I know we have a very packed agenda. A couple of things that I wanted to just highlight and lift up, some exciting work that's being done. One is around designing our graduate profile. So we had our first meeting, a kickoff of the graduate profile on this, I believe it was it Tuesday? No, it was, yes, I think it was Tuesday. I've lost track of time. And what this is, this was a discussion that was had with the board, as you will recall. But it's really, the intent is to engage all of the community in defining what it is that we want to have for our students when they graduate. What are the skills and the ways of being and the competencies that we're trying to support our students to achieve. And so really quick, the graduate profile is a visual representation of the essential skills and habits that define the learning experiences at our schools. And so what we are hoping to do, and I'll explain a little bit about the process that we started and we're going to undertake this for the remainder of this year, is we're hoping to define what are the hopes, aspirations, and dreams that our community has for our young people. What are the skills and habits of mind that our children need for success in this rapidly changing and complex world? And what are the implications for the learning experiences we provide in our schools? So we are using some structures that have been created. One is by Battelle for Kids, but there's some other organizations that have created these really effective processes for engaging community and defining what is a graduate profile. So we had our kickoff. It involved, I think, maybe up to 50 different people, homeowners, business owners, board members, teachers, students, both at multiple different grade levels, principals, a whole host of different partners from other organizations. And so what we're going to do next is in December, we're planning on meeting with the folks that were at the kickoff and the people who have expressed interest in helping us with designing this graduate profile and engaging more stakeholders. So then in January, those different design team members, some from the community, some teachers, some administrators, some students, some other district office leaders, are going to hold a series of different engagements, town hall meetings, professional development with teachers, engagement with all of the principal cohort, and things like this, to really hear from the community, what is it that we want to have as our North Star for our Newark Unified graduates. And then in March, that design team will come back together with all of that data and all of that input from these different stakeholders, and then start to really hammer out a clear definition, succinct, and hopefully even just a visual that's on one page that articulates the different habits of mind, skills, and ways of being that we hope to articulate in a graduate profile. So that's a real quick just update on where we are with that. The next thing I wanted to update you all on is around the reopening schools. So we, as you recall, we did have a virtual town hall on October 27th. Around 200 people attended. Since then, we had an engagement with student leadership on November 5th. There was about 37 students, really rich conversation and great input. We've been engaging CSEA, NUMA, NTA in helping to think through what will the reopening of schools look like, and how will that be structured to make sure that all students and staff are safe, and also having the opportunity to return to in-person learning if they feel comfortable. And then lastly, we had just on Tuesday another virtual town hall. We had 350 people attend. We're able to share the most recent iterations of reopening schedules and phases. But as of yet, we still do not have a date for reopening. And as you all know, with the county entering into the purple tier, we really have to wait and see how things evolve with the virus. The board has been asking for regular updates around enrollment. So just wanted to do that, that regular periodic update. So you can see we have all of our schools listed. We have the projections from that we established in as we budgeted for this year. And then you can see the most recent enrollment snapshot from, is today the 19th? So it was 2 days ago. Honestly, it's not terribly different from the last snapshot that I showed you. So on the 5th, I believe we had about 6 students less than we do as of the 17th. So a little tiny a positive bump up, but unfortunately we are still under our projections. So that is something that we're continuing to monitor and keep in mind because obviously we want to be increasing enrollment, not decreasing enrollment. And then the last thing I wanted to update the board on is I know we've been having conversations around the structure of the minutes for board meetings. You no doubt see that today in the consent agenda, there's the first read of the updated board bylaws. So I just wanted to really quick touch upon it since it'll be in the consent agenda. Some of the what we've done is we've gone back based on guidance from the board and reviewed the bylaws, particularly around minutes and recordings. What we noticed, and we appreciated community members also lifting this up, is that there's some antiquated language in there from back in a time when there wasn't even online video recordings. So we've updated the language. You'll see it in the consent agenda today, but I just did want to highlight and name. One of the things is adding the, as you know, I am the secretary of the board, and so I'm responsible for the minutes. And so we added designees because obviously I can't do it alone, but have an incredible team that supports, including Ms. Gutierrez. And then there's, we added some or changed some language around how on each time's minutes, there's a statement of the board's discussion. And then lastly, like I said, there was some very old language around recordings of meetings. So we've edited that to reflect the more contemporary what we do. One of the things we noted in there, and I think was lifted up by a community member, was that it still said that we only held on to recordings of meetings for 60 days, I think it was, and then we got rid of them. Clearly, we don't do that anymore. We keep all of the records, and they're all held they're available on YouTube to the public, so as well as in board docs. So those are just some of the changes that we're proposing. And again, this is a first read tonight, but I just wanted to make the board aware of some of the rationale behind that. And that's that concludes my superintendent report for the evening.
Thank you, Superintendent. Okay, so we move to item 10, old business. 10.1 is the areas of focus and the 2021 areas of focus and superintendent objectives. And so the recommended action is that we approve the superintendent objectives for 2021. I'll hand that back to you, Superintendent Triplett.
All right, thank you, President Martinez. So I'll go relatively quickly here, but happy to answer any questions or anything that comes up. So this is, as you recall, there was a session that we had on a Friday, special session of the board to discuss the areas of focus for the year, and then in particular to get guidance from you and direction from you, the board, on the objectives that I should have for this year. And that was a conversation and an engagement facilitated by Mr. Hewitt. I personally got a tremendous amount out of that session. I really appreciated your guidance. And basically what I did is, as directed from you all, is the next step was for me to go back and really hone in on 1 to 2 goals in each of the focus areas. Based on the suggestions that you gave to me. And so that's what I've done here. As you recall, the 4 focus areas: fiscal vitality, meaningful community engagement and two-way communication, promoting a focus on continual improvement of teaching and learning, and then lastly, exceptional learning environments, including excellent facilities, equipment, and grounds. And so hopefully you see in these articulations of objectives some of the suggestions that you raised up to me. I really basically just took the notes from that session that you saw me typing in as people were speaking, and then just cleaned them up and made them presentable. But within fiscal vitality, if you recall, identifying appropriate reserves and codifying that in a board resolution and maintaining that over time was one goal, or objective rather. Developing a plan and implementation timeline to eliminate the structural deficit, and then building and implementing a strategy for maintaining and increasing enrollment. And then in the second area, developing an interactive website to inform and engage the community, and in particular, ensuring up-to-date, relevant, and dynamic content, as well as an online customer service management system. And then in the area of teaching and learning, as I just spoke of prior, the focus is really on creating a graduate profile to identify the skills, knowledge, and proclivities that a Newark Unified School District student will demonstrate upon graduation. And part of that is engaging school staff, families, students, and community leaders in the development of this profile, and maintaining a focus within the graduate profile on college and career readiness. And then lastly, within the exceptional learning environments, it was articulated by you, the board, this priority around creating safe, attractive, and inviting learning environments in appearance of schools, and in particular, the effective and efficient and timely Measure G bond implementation. So again, these are the objectives for this year. And tonight, really asking if there's anything that you would like me to change, or any questions that you have, and if you feel like this is the right direction and you wish to approve these objectives for the year from me.
Thank you, Superintendent. And I did skip a couple of steps here. And Ms. Gutierrez, obviously this is an action item, so I do need a motion in a second to open the discussion on this item.
So I move to approve the superintendent's objective for 2020 and 2021.
Thank you.
I second.
Thank you, Member Nguyen. So apologize, Dr. Triplett. And Ms. Gutierrez, I didn't ask if there was any public comment on this item.
There is none.
Okay, thank you. Okay, but so now we'll backtrack a little. Thank you for reviewing, Superintendent, the goals and objectives. This is something that, as you mentioned, surfaced out of a earlier meeting some weeks ago, in which the board did give direction on the priorities. Did want to call out that this is just a 1 year objective time frame, just because that's one of the things that we need to do as a board, is generate the broader long-term goals and objectives. So just for those that didn't participate or hear about the direction, that's why you're only seeing a relatively limited time frame and very specific items that we have given you direction to focus on. With that, any questions for Dr. Triplett from the board?
I just have one. So Dr. Triplett, just to clarify, under focus area 3, promote a focus of continual improvement of teaching and learning, under bullet point 2, maintain focus of college and career readiness grades K through 12. That also encompasses the graduate profile, correct, in terms of like setting pathways for students to be able to achieve whether or not they want to go to a 2-year college or a 4-year college, or have a career trade focus learning. I just want.
Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you, Member Nguyen. Yeah, exactly. That if you notice the graduate profile is the main the bullet there, and then that's meant to be a sub bullet within the graduate profile itself. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mhm.
Just overall comment on the goal. It just unfortunately in this pandemic environment, and many of these goals cannot really be measured by the end of the school year. For example, before we will have dashboard tests to see whether we're really promoting improvement when it comes to teaching and learning. And I'm not sure whether we're going to have dashboard tests for 2020, 2021. Even if we have, I wouldn't say the score probably wouldn't objectively reflect the learning and the teaching effectiveness of the district. I guess exceptional learning environment, we probably can see the completion of the Measure G bond. Area 1 might be the only area that we can fully measure by the end of the fiscal and the school year, which is fiscal discipline and vitality, to see how our budget is doing, what is the multi-year projection moving forward, whether we're well on our path to return to positive qualification. And yeah, that's just my general comment. So given that at least half of them cannot really be measured this time, so I guess we will be focusing. I will be focusing very heavily on the things that can be measured, which is probably focus area 1, fiscal vitality.
Yeah, thank you, Member Jean. Yeah, and just to be clear, the district areas of focus up there are sort of the broad buckets. And then if you recall, Mr. Hewitt really helped to guide us to like really narrow within those big buckets. And that's where the objectives, which I'm just realizing now, I probably would have been more clear if I had labeled the bullets as objectives, because that's the intention, is that each of the solid black bullets are the measurable objectives within those broad focus areas. So for example, developing an interactive website to inform and engage the community. That's how he helped us to really narrow into something that's concrete. Did that happen at the end of the year, or did it not happen? Likewise with the graduate profile, were we successful in creating this graduate profile? And then similarly, I guess the last one is a little bit more vague, but that's where the sub bullet comes in, is was it an effective, efficient, and timely implementation of the remainder of the bond?
Yeah, I think that was quite a bit of the conversation, right? Knowing where we were in the year with everything around us, and the we'll call the inability to test from a traditional progress, right? We did focus on, if we all recall, giving more tangible deliverables, right? So these are all measurable from that perspective, not from, hey, we're moving from the orange to the green perspective, but here are some very specific deliverables that we believe are the building block to get the traction. So I think that from a measurable, that's how we made those recommendations. So.
Right. And if you all choose to approve these, with your permission, I would love to actually write in objective above each bullet. I appreciate what you were saying, Mr. Jean, Member Jean. It wasn't, it would have been more clear if I had put that in there.
It will help, just so that, because we had quite a bit of conversation, right, about what's an objective, what's the exactly. and the goal.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I think that would be helpful. If anybody else have any questions? I had a question, but
no, go ahead. Sure. Go ahead, President Martinez.
Thank you. My follow-up was with regards, I know we touched on it during that initial meeting, Superintendent, which was what's the follow-up process, right? So so these are true deliverables. How should we expect to get updates from you on progress?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I welcome feedback on that or your suggestions. What I was thinking is that within my superintendent's report monthly, I could give you progress on the status of each one of these. I'd be happy to do that. But if you have other ideas as well of ways that I could be giving you periodic updates, I'm happy to do that.
So I want to chime in when it comes to evaluation. So before my time, before all of our three of us here time, what happened in the previous previous board or whatever, we tend to have a tradition about evaluating the superintendent in March and April when we don't have that much data to really measure the effectiveness of the whole year. Because in March and April, we don't know the test result. We don't know what's the third interim and the final unaudited result on the fiscal year. So I think that model of evaluation is not very effective. I want to move us to like before, a biennial performance evaluation where March and April, we can call that a mid-year review. Because that's right after first interim or possibly after the second interim. And by September, when we have the unaudited result of the entire fiscal year, and when we make the test score, the dashboard score traditionally by September will be made public, not just to the internal staff, but also to the public. Then by September, 6 months after the mid-year review, that might be the ideal time for us to have the full year evaluation of the superintendent. So that's one of my goals for a while, because I just don't see evaluating the superintendent in March and April when everything you just gave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you end up having a lot of satisfactory evaluation of the superintendent with no data to back up the evaluation.
So yeah, I think a couple of things that you're speaking about, Member Zhang. So one was just updates on these goals and objectives, district goals and objectives that in earnest are the superintendent's goals and objectives. So two things. That with regards to evaluation, we actually it's in the contract, so I don't think that we want to go down that path right now. But I think that's something that we did consider, obviously, in terms of trying to correct maybe some of the past practices. But I think with regards to the what will be used to measure, I mean, this is exactly why we're giving a very clear goals and objectives, and that would be the source of the actual evaluation. Right now, we're just talking about how do we make sure we all agreed, right? We gave direction, hey, these are the things we want you to focus on, superintendent and team. How do we make sure we don't get to April and we are surprised to say, oh my God, we're failing on all of them, right? Or we're very behind. So we want to make sure we have a path to be hearing from you and the team, superintendent, hey, here's what's working well. Here's where we might need your support, board, so that there's no surprises, whether it be March, whether it be, May, really making sure we have that dialogue on an ongoing basis. But so, Member Zhang, we can certainly discuss and review offline some of the timing questions that you have, if that's okay. Okay. Any other questions or comments? So monthly is what I heard, I think. And so I think good. I think that's more frequent is better, just given where we are in the year and how much there is to do. So I support that.
Terrific.
Okay, so with that, Ms. Gutierrez, can you please repeat the motion on the table?
Staff recommends the board approve the superintendent's objectives for the school year 2020-2021, with the motion made by Member Zhang and a second by Member Nguyen. Voting has been made available.
Okay, so I will first ask student member Salemi to vote.
Yes.
Thank you. Oops, where am I? Sorry, you're waiting on me, aren't you?
I didn't get the pop-up for the vote either.
I don't have it yet, Ms. Gutierrez.
I just sent it again.
I didn't get it.
No,
Right.
still no. I'm just
Let me
refreshing.
try one more time.
I'm refreshing. No, I don't have it. Am I the only one?
I don't either.
Okay, should we take a verbal vote for now? Okay.
Yes, 1 second. If we can move to gallery view and then please take a hand vote.
Okay,
Okay.
so member Nguyen, aye? Is that-
Yes.
Yeah,
Aye.
okay. And student member Salemi had already stated his vote as aye. Member Zhang,
Yes.
and my vote is yes as well. So the motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you. And again, I want to really appreciate the input and the feedback and the direction that you all have given me. It's been super helpful. That session on that Friday special session was really insightful and it really helped me to get clear on the direction that you all really wanted me to take. So thank you again.
Thank you. Okay, so the next item is the continuation, item 10.2, the School Consolidation and Advisory Committee reports, a continuation or the item that was brought back from the last first reading of the report. So a couple of things that I wanted to call out here. I'm not sure if everyone that's attending this evening has attended the previous meetings that kind of just give the continuity of why we're here. So I just wanted to take a minute and just review, why we're talking about this topic, which is, again, a very difficult topic for all of us. But again, for those of you that are joining for the first time, you may have seen the letter that Superintendent Triplett sent out to all of our community members, all of our parents, families in the school district. And the gist of that is that over the last 10 years, we've seen a significant decline in enrollment in our school district over the last 10 years. And I will have Ms. Dela Cruz or Superintendent correct me the actual numbers, but let's just say roughly 30% in the last 8 years. So remember that with every student that leaves, the funding leaves with them. So all of a sudden, we've still got that same infrastructure that could house 10,000 students, but we only have funds that come along with about 5,500 students. And that's a lot of what's driving what you keep hearing about, which is the structural deficit, where FCMAT, which is the Financial Crisis Management Action Team, I may have added assistance team, where we've had an audit, and they've identified as high risk. So there's a lot of reasons why this topic is before us. The county has, we haven't been able to certify our budget as positive, because in order to do that, we need to make sure we have a plan not only for a current year, but for 2 years out. And so over the last year and a half, we've been having this conversation about this structural deficit, meaning we just don't have the funds, the ongoing funds to support our current base cost base rather. So about a little bit over a year ago, the board gave the direction to staff to bring forward or to consider the closure of 2 schools, with the assumption that cost reduction would help us bridge a $1 million gap that we had in that budgeting process. So today is the culmination, if you will, of that year plus process where we've been having this conversation. So I wanted to just share that because again, we've received a ton of input from all of you, some very constructive, some not so constructive, but it really isn't a mismanagement of funds, if you will. Of course, we could always do better, but it really truly is a funding issue that we have because of our declining enrollment. So we hope that you all know that this is an incredibly difficult decision for all of us. We're members of the community. Our kids are part of the district community. And just know that, that we are committed to making sure that we make the most objective decision for everyone. But we are absolutely, we understand the difficulty that this brings to all of our entire community. So with that as kind of the preface and backdrop, with regards to how we're going to handle this item, typically we see a pretty straightforward staff recommendation, which is just like we did right now. You know, staff recommends that you all approve the objectives. The staff recommendation before us is for the board to identify 2 schools out of a list of 4 that the school consolidation committee brought forth. So because we know we have some follow-up information that we asked of staff, and we have quite a bit of public comment, we will forego the calling of the motion before discussion. And once we get through the public comment and discussion, at some point we will retake a point where I will call for a motion at that point. Hopefully we've all identified in the path that we all 3 could support. So that's from a process perspective. Typically, it's our board policy and the governance handbook just talks about our target is to have about 30 minutes per each agenda item. That includes public comment and discussion. Obviously, Ms. Gutierrez has made me aware here recently that we have about 25 requests, Ms. Gutierrez, for public comment. So what we, I think one of the things we did, we extended 30 minutes, a public comment for 30 minutes. For this meeting, we would like to extend the public comment on this particular item for 60 minutes. We'll try to get as many of those comments within that first 60 minutes. Any additional comments that we don't get to, we will have to hear at the end of the meeting. Okay. So with that, Ms. Gutierrez, we will go ahead and 2 things. We are not sure, and so I think I'll member Jean, you and I discussed this as being the clerk. The target is to leave it at 3 minutes. Member Nguyen, are you okay with that if we just leave it at 3 minutes?
I think it's likely that we'll finish before the 60 minutes mark.
Okay.
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Gutierrez, if we'll have the 2 timers going for the 60-minute durations and then the individual 3-minute topics. Okay.
And, President Martinez, before I begin, I did try to look up everybody's names to make sure that whoever requested is there. It's not all names match. So if it's okay with you and the rest of the board, I will be calling the people's names based on the email. And if they are not there, we can allow them to raise their hand so they can identify themselves. Okay, perfect.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. 1 second. Okay, the first name is the first. Actually, sorry. Give me 1 second. So I can get the timers ready. I apologize. I have the 3 minutes here. And it would be for Angela Silvera and Ms. Silvera. Okay, your time starts now.
Superintendent and school board members, I am Angela Silvera, a mom of 3 Lincoln students and the parent group president of Lincoln Elementary for the last 5 years. Tonight, you make an extremely difficult decision. Parents, children, grandparents, and community members have reached out pleading to keep their school open. I have been one of them. I know you have seen our PALS page and have read the amazing comments saying why you should save Lincoln. These comments describe Lincoln by using the words love, trust, community, family, sense of belonging, success, amazing, and supportive. These words are powerful. Keeping those powerful words in your mind, I throw you my last pitch to keep Lincoln before you vote. On NUSD's mission statement, it mentions academics and achievement in 9 different places. 9. What this says to me is that NUSD cares about displaying that we can compete, that we can be great. And how can we show that? Through test scores. It is not a criteria that should be sloughed off. It is one that should be embraced. Lincoln Elementary School has the highest test scores of all the Newark elementary schools. People move into our area and choose to go to Lincoln over private school because the scores are so great. Lincoln has been recognized by outside organizations for our high academic success. We've won awards for it, in fact. NUSD should show this off with pride. Besides academic success, I know you care about the ADA money we get, but if Lincoln closes, a huge number of the students that currently go to Lincoln will go to private schools, reducing enrollment even more. Many of the parents have told me that without Lincoln, they are out. So the savings you would make by closing Lincoln will actually be a loss because those families can afford not to go to other NUSD schools. But can NUSD afford it? Last, this pandemic has messed with all our children's psychological and sociological well-being. I'm sure that it has messed with yours too. How could it not? But in closing 2 schools, we'll all be hurting a lot more than that. So to this end, I would ask that you try to move as few students as possible. According to the school closure student impact report, the least number of students that could be effective is 588 by closing snow and music. Any way that you include Lincoln, the number of students impacted shoots up by a minimum of 76 students. That's almost 3 more full classrooms of students. So I leave you with our Lincoln chant. We are the leopards, the high achieving leopards. Everywhere we go, people want to know who we are. So we tell them, Lincoln Elementary, please keep Lincoln. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Silvera.
Next one is Veronica Medina. Ms. Medina, you may begin.
You're on mute if you're speaking.
Mr. Rose, could you unmute Ms. Medina?
Sorry about that. I was trying to find my speech. Okay, sorry about that. Good evening, Dr. Triplett and members of the board. Over the past few months, you've become more familiar with me, and it should be no surprise that I'm advocating for my daughter, a special needs student, and her school music. But more importantly, tonight I address you to plead for every family that will be impacted by the decision, and I ask that you involve families more in moving forward. I realize that your decision is not an easy one, and I also realize that it is important to be financially sound as a district. But the financial status has changed somewhat compared to a year ago when you began planning to consolidate or close schools, and I'm wondering if it is still necessary to close 2 schools. I bring this up only because we are in such unprecedented times with the pandemic, and the year is nearly half over, and I wonder if there will be enough time to make a solid plan for transitioning 2 sites, impacting a minimum of 580 students. Time is not on our side here, and we cannot afford to rush the planning of such a big move. I am concerned that all the schools considered for closure tonight house SDC classes. These students in general have more difficulty with transitions, and whichever school is closed, I hope that the needs of special education students are considered and very carefully planned for. The classroom loading for their SDC classes is significantly less than what is in Gen Ed, so planning is crucial to keep these students in an environment where they can thrive in smaller groups and become part of their school community, as well as be able to physically maneuver their way around their new campus safely. Planning that must follow tonight's vote should also consider our English language learners as well. 3 of the school candidates for closure tonight have significant EL populations. Will the SEAL training that the primary teachers received continue for mid and upper elementary grades? How do we continue to support the needs of the EL students if the new schools did not participate in SEAL training? Lastly, please plan for transportation. Speaking from my own site, I see a significant number of families walking to school in the rain for lack of cars in the winter. I hope we do not expect these families to extend their walks and trek over a mile in wet and cold weather. Consider, if anything else, I just ask you consider keeping our music school community together, whether that is at our current site or in a new location. It'll minimize the anxiety kids are already facing in
30
today's
seconds.
uncertain world. Allow us to continue our progress as a learning team of staff, teachers, students, and families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Medina.
Okay, the next one, I apologize if I don't say it correctly. Mitch Patinaud.
That's close enough. My name is, thank you, members of the board and Dr. Triplett for hearing my comments tonight. I'll be brief. I'll try to be brief anyway. My name is Mitch Patnaud, and my son is in the special ed class, first grade class at Music Elementary. And though he's only in the first grade, if music is closed, it will be the second time his academic career has been affected by a school closure, since he was also impacted by the Whiteford preschool shutdown a few years back. I am concerned that the closure of music will disrupt his learning, and am also concerned that the effects of the closure on students with IEPs, special education students, and English learners has not been adequately considered. Should both music and Grand be closed, it will leave us with no elementary school within walking or biking distance of our home. And as I have a visual disability that prevents me from driving, this will present a significant burden on our family, especially my wife, who is the only driver. To be honest, our family has the resources to find a better school situation, should we need to, but there are many in our community that do not have that option, and many of those folks are disproportionately affected by the shutdowns proposed. I urge the board and school district to carefully plan to support those most impacted by these closures, especially in vulnerable populations. Thanks again for your time.
Thank you so much for your comments.
The next one is Stacy Dewey.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Stacy. I'm a mom to a first grader at Music. I want to start by saying that I hope no one is planning on voting Music tonight. I have faith in the board to make the best decision for our community. You paid tens of thousands of dollars for a consultant to do extensive research, and they found that Music should not have been in the top 4 schools considered for closure. Closing Music won't save Newark money, which is the purpose of consolidating, so I'm not sure how we even made it here. Music's only issue is our low enrollment, but look at Newark's boundary map. We have the smallest area to cover. Of course, the other schools are full. Their schools are smaller than Music, but have double the boundary size. And the issue of Music's low enrollment would go away next year if any other school is consolidated. Overnight, you won't be able to make the other schools bigger. You can't fix the traffic issues or make their offices larger, but you would be able to fix the only bad thing anyone could find to say about Music, which is our low enrollment. What should matter is that Music has the largest special needs population and one of the largest populations of low-income families. The fact is, it does not make financial sense to close Music. If you are planning to do so tonight anyway, please think about the equality and inclusiveness that Music represents and what you would be voting against. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next name, I will be asking for a raise of a hand. The Zoom hand, please. It's for Angela Nilo. Perfect. Mr. Rose, do you see the hand raised? Hello, is this Angela Nilo?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. You may begin. Sorry, Miss Angela.
Yes, it is.
Miss Angela, can you hear us? Here.
My name is Angela Nilo, and I'm the mother of the.
So if you can maybe come back to Miss Angela and let her know we're having some.
Miss Angela, we're gonna put you back because your audio is cutting in and out, and then we'll come back to you. The next person is Juanita Lopez. Mr. Rose, if you could move Juanita Lopez, thank you very much. And Ms. Lopez,
Yeah,
you're
a point of order. I actually want to ask that is that by default all the speaker they stop the video or we don't allow them to show the video?
Member Jean, that's actually part of our rules, and our rules say that only audio is permissible, as we are following the county's other districts around the area as well.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Lopez, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, you may begin.
Okay. So, muy buenas noches, estimado superintendente Triplet y miembros de la mesa del distrito. Mi nombre es Juanita López y tengo 2 niños. Uno de ellos va a Music School. Y tengo una petición para ustedes de todo corazón. Por favor, no cierren nuestra escuela. Muchos padres de familia no manejamos y no tenemos carro para llevar a nuestros hijos. Me ha tocado ver a madres que llevan a sus hijos, que van por sus hijos a la escuela, lloviendo, fuertes temperaturas. Está muy caliente para ir por sus hijos a la escuela y aún así ellos van por ellos a la escuela. Tenemos niños especiales que necesitan a sus maestros. ¿Qué pasará con ellos? También tenemos muchos niños que necesitan apoyo para aprender inglés en nuestra escuela. Tenemos una maestra de ELD, tenemos la clasificación de Title I y pagamos a la maestra con esos fondos. Si cierran Music School, ¿de qué manera nos van a poder apoyar? De todo corazón, piensen con el corazón y no con la cartera. No cierren Music School. También es muy importante que todos nuestros estudiantes se queden junto con sus maestros para que sigan progresando como equipo. Todos somos una familia. Por favor, salven nuestra escuela Music School. Gracias.
Gracias, señora López.
Gracias.
Okay, we'll go back to Miss Angela Nilo. And it was the, Mr. Paul, it was the Zoom user. Thank you. Miss Angela, can you hear us? Miss Angela, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can.
Yes, you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Angela Nilo, and I'm the mother of a music elementary school student who has also attended and graduated from the preschool program on campus. As a first-time parent, one of my biggest fears was my child starting school. During his first 2 years at Music Elementary in the preschool program, the teachers and staff made that transition incredibly easy, and we definitely found family there. That only continued when he started kindergarten and now that he is in first grade. We couldn't imagine a better support system during such an important time, and my heart breaks to think that that support system is at risk. It saddens and angers me that during an already uncertain and stressful time for all of our students, teachers, and families, you are choosing to rush such an important decision that it will affect our whole community. Not to mention, you are rushing this decision without a full board. After watching the Consolidation Committee meetings, I was dumbfounded to see Music Elementary School up for recommendation of closure when our lowest score in the data collecting process was for enrollment, a category in which our special needs preschool was not considered, even though they are housed on site and can sometimes add 40 or more additional students to our school. I keep hearing the word equity being thrown around, but this whole process has been anything but fair or impartial. Given for closing 2 schools is that due to the mismanagement of funds by the district itself and a deficit making them unable to meet their financial obligations. Not only does closing Music Elementary not save the district a lot of money, but closing a school that shares the same property as the district office seems counterproductive. I understand that the district would like to build themselves a new office, but the cost-effective thing to do is to keep your current office and work hard towards finding ways to bring money, be it fundraisers or reaching out to businesses, and work hard to bring more students to our district. Stop being selfish, stop thinking of yourself, and think about the students, teachers, and families who will be greatly affected by these closures. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. And the next one is Terry Dunn. Terry, you may begin.
Good evening, Superintendent Triplett and members of the board. I'm Terry Dunn, the prior principal of Graham Elementary School. I appreciate the challenging decisions before you tonight. May they be for the deepest benefit of all Newark students. I want to talk about the positive possibilities that are present tonight. Given our economic challenges, it's easy to approach this moment focused on deficits, but the surprise is this is a time of opportunity. Opportunity to build a healthy school system, opportunity to bring school communities together, opportunity to be responsible and resilient with positive planning. This is not just work to chop dollars. This is work to build a better community. This is work of the heart. May yours be open as you weigh the choices before you tonight. And there are so many choices. For some of them, you can only say it may save dollars, but it doesn't make sense. The committee did a lot of hard work using a particular lens, a scale which measured difficulties and deficits more than strengths and success. Graham Elementary is not just a collection of buildings and a list of expenses. It's a living, healthy community. It's appropriate that tonight's school spotlight was on Graham. There's so much to celebrate, and there's so much to build on for the benefit of everybody. Graham has years of improving test scores, years of growing parent involvement, years of honoring the many cultures of Newark, years of hard, successful work by skilled, loving teachers and classified staff. Now is the time to build from strength. A healthy school community can better welcome and integrate another school community. I've read the different studies and reports. As a former math and science teacher, I can read the data. Our challenge tonight demands that we also read beyond the data and reflect on the truth with a positive lens. Instead of thinking of a school as underutilized, we could recognize that it has great capacity. Graham has incredible physical capacity, it has rich emotional capacity, and it has proven academic capacity. A central goal tonight should be to keep kids and families and school communities together. If Graham's closed, its students will have to be separated and scattered to multiple schools. We can look at current enrollment, or even better, the numbers for the future in 2025. Either way, Graham has the capacity to integrate and welcome all the students from any one of its 4 closest neighbors, any of them.
30 seconds.
Let's keep kids together. Graham's gift are part of the good news you've been looking for tonight. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
The next one is, and I'm going to be looking for a raise of hand, the Zoom hand, Aliyah Ibarra. Once again, a raise of hand from Aliyah Ibarra. Going once, going twice. Last one, Aliyah Ibarra. Okay, moving on to the next speaker, Tara White. Mr. Paul, do you see the name Tara White?
There's a raise of hand.
Yeah, right there. Okay, thank you. Tara, Tara, 1 second. Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
Tara, it looks like you froze.
Guided by certain convictions or a common affiliation. Family is what the community of music means to each other. Family is what the music community is. Music Elementary is the building that our family calls home and a place where we all feel safe. To quote my 5th grade student, Nicholas, music cannot be closed because it is not just a school. We are a family under one building who work together and learn together. We shouldn't have to break up our music family. We want you to keep our home open so we can welcome others in our community into our family and show them our leopard pride. We know that tonight you may choose to close and sell our family home, but we insist if you move us, the move to our new home has room for our entire family to stay together. Through following the school consolidation committee meetings, we learned that diversity is an important factor to the board when considering school closures. According to Merriam-Webster Dictionary, the word diversity can be defined as the condition of having or being composed of different elements. Music is the truest model of a diverse family. Music serves the diverse needs of a total of 99 IEPs, which will increase as children with special needs turn 3, and we're required to provide services if they're found eligible for special education.
Tara, your audio cut out.
Fourth grade mild moderate SDC class, 1 second through and as well as the whites, Hispanics, Asians, and Blacks in our general education classes. Despite the physical, academic, emotional, linguistic, and socioeconomic differences that our music families come from, we still come together every day as one. Please keep our diverse family together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White.
Thank you. The next one, I need a raise of hands from Brittany Gudino Alfaro. Thank you. Mr. Rose, do you see the raise of hand? Brittany, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay. Good evening, board members. I would like to tell you that music is one of our family homes and our community. Our community needs music to stay because not only music has different people, it's also where people come together to become as one big family. As I heard Miss White, it's true that everything she has said is powerful and not only so beautiful, but as long as we can't have music, we are stuck together as a family. For example, children that are different like other children, they come together as one to become a big old family. And that's why music is so important. Music is important to others too, as
Brittany, your audio cut out.
community. Music is one of the places where family comes first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Melissa Villo. Melissa, you may begin.
Board members, Dr. Triplett, and members of the community. My name is Melissa Villo, and I'm a teacher at Graham. If financial obligations must be met and there is pressure to submit a budget plan, then numbers must be considered, correct? Why then, based on the SCAC's report, is Graham even considered? I know the immediate response to that would be to look at the CDE rubric, but even there, stated clearly on page 35, criteria 5 and 13 list Graham as the third most expensive facilities-wise and third highest net savings. Third, tonight you must vote on 2 schools that numbers-wise should help relieve the district of those financial obligations. If Graham is third on the list, the question is, why us? Another number to consider, 728. Page 104 of the report shows that this number reflects that we have the second highest capacity available to operate, and yet we are at the top of the list to be considered for closure. Again, why Graham? Dr. Triplett, you are new to Newark, and by virtue of that, you are not aware of how Graham is all too familiar with numbers and how they have affected and hurt us year after year. Ask how many copies per month the Graham teacher is allotted for her class, despite being a Title I school. You will understand. Ask about the number of combo classes we have taken in over the years, while others are spared. You will understand. Surprisingly, the numbers presented in this report are actually working to our advantage, despite how they are presented. Anyone who reads through it will be made aware of the capacity we can offer students and staff and how we are not at the top of your expenditure concerns. As one board member mentioned at the last meeting, we are truly set to receive. I urge everyone listening tonight, if you or should you hear Graham's name mentioned in the final vote, please remember that there was a promise made to you that they would meet financial obligations. Graham does not need to close in order to fulfill that promise. I trust that the board now knows that too. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Paula Clevenger.
Hello.
Paula, yes, you may begin.
Hello, members of the board, Dr. Triplett and staff. Graham and music should be taken off the list for closure because of several reasons. Number one, if Graham were to close, the students would be split up into 3 different schools. That is ridiculous considering that Graham has enough space to take all of the students of Snow. Let me emphasize, all the students of Snow, keeping the wonderful community together that we heard so much about during the public comments at the SCAC meeting. Number 2, music has the Whiteford preschool students. When they were moved, a large amount of money was needed to make the new site ADA compliant for those special needs little learners. Why would the district close music and have to spend all that money again? It does not make sense with all the money problems the district already has. That leads me to my last point. Point number 3, the condition of Snow Elementary. I'm going to borrow the words of Cindy Parks in her September 24th letter to the SCAC. Wing 3 of the Snow campus has floors that are leaning so that, quote, literally a ball that was, when placed on the floor, will roll from one end to the room to the other. Does Graham have problems with the foundation that could cost the district over $1 million to fix? No, it does not. Isn't closing schools supposed to reduce the deficit? How is it that the SCAC report has Snow's long-term needs $3 million less than Graham or music? Graham has no such problem in its building foundation, and I don't think music does either. Again, to quote Cindy Parks, who in the same letter also stated, with an estimated $1 million price tag, but no current funding source. How are you going to pay for it if there's no current funding source if you keep Snow? Will that help with the district money problems? No, it will not. In closing, my numbers do not lie. Graham has the capacity to bring over the wonderful community of scholars from Snow, every single one of them. Money that has already been spent to make music ADA compliant for the Whiteford preschool students should not be spent again. And lastly, Graham and music do not need over $1 million to fix a leaning foundation. Every teacher has written on their email, all Newark students deserve the best. This board has to decide, how will your decisions today support all of Newark students, every single one? Thank you.
Thank you. If I may ask everybody on watching Zoom, please put down the hands, as it will create confusion when we are calling out the names. Thank you. The next one is Amber Nolasco Torres. Amber, you may begin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amber Nolasco Torres, and I'm a junior at Newark Memorial High School. I've lived in Newark my entire life, and I've been a part of this district for my entire educational journey thus far. The closing of a school seems like we are trying to stay afloat on a ship that is sinking rather than fixing the leak that is causing the boat to sink. What I mean by this is that the closure was due to a lack of enrollment, and a lack of enrollment was due to a variety of issues within our schools that are overlooked. We might stay afloat for a little while longer with these closures, but the boat is still sinking and we need to work towards a long-term solution. We need to invest in our students because I know my community has so much more potential, but a lot of the things I have experienced personally make me believe that the people in charge are skeptical of this potential. During my freshman year, when I signed up for human geography, I waited with my peers outside of the classroom on the first day of school for a teacher that I would see for the rest of the school year. That teacher didn't show up, and they wouldn't for the rest of the school year. We were given a teacher a few days into the school year. She left, and we were giving a new substitute teacher every month or week till the end of the school year. There was no structure to the class, and we were expected to accept this standard of education. Unfortunately, my story isn't unique, and many of my peers share similar experiences. In my biology class freshman year, my teacher asked if we could donate so she could purchase supplies for experiments. At the time, I didn't think much of the situation, but reflecting on it now, my teacher asked a classroom of students from various socioeconomic backgrounds if we could donate money so that we could learn. Students that could possibly come from a household living paycheck by paycheck. When she bought materials with the donations, they took months to get delivered to her because there was an extensive process for donations. Why weren't the materials already in the classroom or available for us to use? During my sophomore year in my Algebra 2 class, there weren't enough graphing calculators for every student to check out from the book room. Keep in mind, these calculators cost $100 or even more. So my teacher kept teaching the class and only taught some students how to use a graphing calculator. During the second semester, our teacher was finally able to order some for the class, but the students that didn't have one in the beginning of the school year were already at a disadvantage. I wish getting the materials we need to learn didn't have to be an investment, but rather a necessity. Unfortunately, that's the reality. Maybe
30
if
seconds.
we had the supplies we needed, we could learn better, and test scores would go up, and students would feel confident in their fundamental courses to take AP classes later on. I want to share my experience because I don't want any other student to have to go through these situations. The recent resolutions that have been passed have given me hope that things are changing, but I'm tired of settling for my education and practically being told that me and my peers aren't worth the investment, because I am, and so is every other student within the Newark Unified School District. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. The next one is Terrence Grindle. Terrence, you may begin.
Thank you. I'm Terrence Grindal. I'm a trustee elect. Wanted to say good evening and thank you for the chance to speak to you. The consolidation of schools is a momentous decision that should be made with all relevant information. While I understand the urgency of this decision, I believe that this decision can be postponed until December without significantly impacting planning for next year. I would appreciate it if you would consider postponing this decision until December. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next one, if I can please have a raise of hand for Rizwana Islam. Rizwana Islam. Mr. Paul, please get ready to mute. Is this Rizwana? Mr. Rose, please mute. Thank you. I'm sorry, we didn't get clarity on this one and the hand was raised before I said the name, so I don't want to risk it. I will call the name again later. All Zoom hands, please go down. The next one is Martha Santiago.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Marta Santiago. Soy la presidenta del comité de ILAC. Estoy hablando a nombre de todos los papás de los aprendices de inglés que deberían de consolidar que salven Graham. Yo voy a dar un pequeño testimonio como padre que camino bajo la lluvia, llevando a mis hijos a la escuela. Sufrimos mucho. Había momentos que yo lloraba, pero el apoyo que han tenido mis hijos en la escuela, mi hija la mayor está en la universidad, porque tenemos muy buenos maestros en nuestra escuela. Hay adversidad y cada uno de los maestros trabajan con nuestros hijos, y como padre voluntario de la escuela Graham, yo sé que tenemos la capacidad para 630 estudiantes y la escuela Graham está abierta para recibir a otros estudiantes con los brazos abiertos. Los salones están equipados porque tuvimos un tour en la escuela y por eso sé que Gran merece que lo salven. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Gracias. The next one is Maggie Carcamo.
Yes,
You may begin.
Good evening, members of the Newark School Board. I'm coming before you today to speak on the urgent matter of the school closures, specifically Graham Elementary. I want you all to know that I'm worried. I'm worried about the effects this will have on the many, many children that depend on this school. I'm worried that on top of a horrible pandemic that has already greatly altered their lives, now you want to close down a school that has been like a second home to many of the kids that attend, causing further anguish to children whose best interests should be on all of our minds. I'm worried that because Graham has a predominantly Hispanic community, you're using this point to close down our school. I'm worried about what message this sends to not only our students, but our city as a whole that this is okay. I'm worried because my kindergartner and second grader, who are 50% Hispanic and 50% Asian, will see that their school is being judged for the 50% Hispanic side. I'm worried that because the school is mostly Hispanic, these kids who need help first are the ones who are thought about last. I'm worried because although I don't presume to be an expert, the numbers I have seen concerning Graham are better than most schools, so I wonder why it was chosen to even close. I'm worried because you say Graham being in a central location, in a central location is another reason you want to close, yet I think it's actually a great school to maintain open because it's in a central location. I'm worried because Graham had no real representation in the consolidation meetings because these last 2 weeks are the first I've heard about it. And I assure you, if we've heard about it sooner, one of us here who are making sure to have our voices heard would have been there. And finally, I'm worried because although we understand some schools have to close due to money issues, which is another subject for another day, we've come up with solutions that keep schools, teachers, students, staff together, yet we don't hear any of those solutions being talked about. So yes, members of the board, I'm here before you all, because I'm worried. I'm worried for Graham Elementary School. Last, I want to say that as a family, we at Graham have all gone to bat for this school. Miss Bird and the teachers have rallied for Graham and are at third base. The parents who have publicly spoken and written letters and made phone calls are at second base. And the kids from the kindergartners to the sixth graders who have all made posters and rallied are at first base. We just need one more at bat to help us get that home run. So who's gonna bat for us? Please, members of the board, one of you guys help us save Graham School. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Aiden Hill. Mr. Hill, you may speak.
Great. Thank you very much. Just let me get my notes here. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Aiden Hill, and I am one of the newly elected members of the board. I attended the last school board meeting, and I would like to thank President Martinez, Member Rodriguez, Member Zhang, and Member Wen, as well as Dr. Triplett for their warm welcome to the board. I look forward to working with all of you. The reason I asked to speak at tonight's meeting is to request that the board delay making a decision on school consolidation and closure until the newly elected board members have been seated. While I appreciate all the hard work that the committee has done and the urgency in making a decision on this, I hope we don't make a hasty decision that we might later regret. The stakes are too big and the impacts to our students and finances, both now and in the future, are too great. I can personally commit that if we can delay a decision until late December, early January, I will put in the necessary time to help make a quality decision on an expedited basis. If a vote for this agenda item cannot be delayed, however, I would urge you to vote no on the current proposal that is coming from the committee so that we could give hopefully a new board a chance to weigh in this once in a decade, hopefully, decision. So thank you in advance for considering my request.
Thank you, Aiden. The next person is Loretta McCarthy. Loretta, you may speak. Mr. Rose, if you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Loretta McCarthy. I'm a teacher at Graham. I've been a teacher at Graham Elementary since 1998. The district has talked about school closures before, and I can definitely see the need to reduce the numbers for our schools. When I first started at Graham, we had over 630 students on our campus. We now have less than 380. I understand the problem. Many of our schools are much smaller populations than they did 10 or even 5 years ago. The teachers and parents have been very outspoken about the process that was used to decide which schools would be considered for closure. There's been little transparency, and it appears to have been a process
Loretta, your audio is out. If you can continue.
and be part of the process. It should be done carefully, thoughtfully, and with the best interests of students' well-being first. I've heard more than once that Graham should be closed because it's centrally located. Being centrally located is one of the best reasons to keep Graham open. Don't we want schools to be a central part of the community, a place where students and families can walk to, a place where many surrounding neighborhoods can come together? Another reason I've heard to justify closing Graham is that it's one of the largest schools in terms of square footage. All I can think of is if we're going to put more students and staff on a campus, don't you think we should have the most space possible? If one of the district goals is to increase enrollment, why would we want to have all schools filled to capacity? Finally, I've heard that the office space at Graham is too small. The office was big enough when I started here 24 years ago. Then we had an office manager, an attendance clerk, a copy clerk, a principal, and a vice principal. No one has asked anyone that's worked in our office staff, parents, or teachers if our school office is too small. Finally, if you choose to close Graham, our students are going to be dispersed to 3 different schools. There's not one school that Graham population could all move to. However, there is room at Graham to take all populations. Please consider all comments that you hear this past few weeks and tonight before you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Nick Vasquez. Nick, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
As a parent of a student who currently attends school, I strongly disagree that closing any of our schools is the solution to the ongoing problem that Newark Unified has faced for many years. As a district, you should be focusing on the students and their best interest. The district is putting financial gains over the education of the children. The district has repeatedly proven that our concerns don't matter by trying to push this through during this COVID-19 pandemic. The children and teachers shouldn't be paying for this financial burden. Why would the district want to close a school that spends the least amount of money for maintenance, has a robust pre-K and special needs program with ADA compliant classrooms, restrooms, playgrounds, as well as has the capacity to take in additional students without using portables? By closing music, you will be spending an exorbitant amount of money to retrofit another school in addition to the school's expenses. Is this worth the price that the children and teachers will have to bear? I ask you, please reconsider this, as we all know that closing schools is not a long-term fix for this ongoing issue. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one, Win Kung. Win Kung. Once again, Win Kung. Okay. The next one is Sabrina Dalton. You may begin.
Good evening. My name is Sabrina Dalton. I have 3 children who currently attend Music Elementary School. My oldest is 11 and has been going to music since kindergarten. My middle son is 9 and my youngest is 5. Music has been an amazing school for my children. They helped me get my middle son an IEP plan and set him up with speech. By looking at the facts about music, they are not the lowest in test scores. This school does not cost the most amount of money and are a very diverse school. We have support in place for our language learners with an ELD teacher and trained primary staff. We have adaptable play equipment for preschool and upper elementary, which serves our special ed population. We are able to host specialists like OT, APE, and speech for our population of 60 mild to severe special needs day classes and our RSP kids. The district already invested in new heating cooling systems, so we are less of a maintenance cost with fewer updates needed. These children have been through a lot of changes in just a year and do not need more changes. I am also not only a parent, but an educator. Educators are in their jobs to help children. Do not separate these children from their classmates and teachers where they can call home. For some children, this is a safe place. The drive around protest shows we are a family at Music Elementary. In conclusion, please do not shut down Music Elementary, if not just for the families, but for these amazing, amazing children. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next one is Carlos Zarate. You may begin.
Good evening, Dr. Triplett and school board members. My name is Carlos Zarate, and I'm a 7th grader at the Newark Junior High School and a Graham School graduate. I want to ask you to please keep Graham School open. Instead of closing Graham, you can join schools and keep communities together. As a Cougar Cub at Graham, my 3rd grade brother and our community will welcome students from any school with open arms. Please don't interrupt our lives in a time that's already so hard for me and my family. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. The next one, Karen Martinez, if you can please raise your hand. Karen Martinez, I see you, but I see two Karen Martinez. Karen Guadalupe Martinez. Okay, you may speak. Karen
Mi nombre es Guadalupe Martínez. Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Soy madre de un niño que está en kinder en music. Tal vez voy a hablar de lo que escribí o voy a agregar unas cosas. No me gustaría que cerraran ninguna escuela. Yo estoy en contra de cerrar las escuelas. Y no porque mi hijo ve music, estoy pidiendo a favor nada más de music. Estoy pidiendo a favor de todas las escuelas, porque todos los niños tienen derecho a asistir a la escuela. Y no me parece justo de que unos niños se queden sin su escuela y sin sus maestros. Por los maestros también estoy pidiendo, porque van a despedir muchos maestros y a fin de cuentas después van a decir, oh, no hay maestros ya cuando quieren contratar nuevamente, que fue lo que pasó anteriormente. Y también porque después se quejan de que hay mucho vandalismo, pero ahorita no están pensando en la educación de los niños. En una junta anteriormente dijeron que Music se debería de cerrar, que porque era una de las escuelas más viejas. Yo digo que no tiene nada que ver una escuela que sea vieja, que sea nueva. Sí, también que porque en otra también dijeron, en esa misma dijeron que porque muchas de sus casas se les iban a devaluar. Ese es el problema que está habiendo ahorita de que dicen que no tienen tantos niños en las escuelas. Pónganse a pensar de que mucha gente se ha movido de tal vez hasta de estado, por lo mismo que aquí en el área es todo muy caro y no se mueve la gente nada más porque quiere, sino porque necesidad. Ahora, hay niños, como dicen también, que vienen los padres caminando, tal vez porque no sepan manejar, no tienen un carro en que moverse y habían dicho que tal vez moverlos en bus. Si están diciendo de los presupuestos, el bus lo va a aportar el distrito y de dónde van a sacar el dinero. Es lo mismo. Al cerrar las escuelas tienen que sacar más fondos para poder llevar a esos niños a otras escuelas. Puse otras cosas que también ahorita no leo por lo mismo.
30 segundos.
Darles oportunidad a más personas. Gracias. Buenas noches.
Gracias. Next person is Maria Ibarra, and this is our last speaker. Maria, you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening to all that are present, and thank you for the chance to speak today. I know that the decision you have to make today will not be easy. May you use your heart and knowledge to make the best decision for our kids. I have an idea that you might consider. Many parents have peacefully protested, marched, and done what they thought would change your minds. So here goes. What if you paired each elementary school with another like the BG schools and made one of them a K through 4 and the second a 5 through 8? You could save your $1 million by closing the junior high too instead of the elementary schools. Kids could walk to their schools for a longer time. I don't want to close any schools, by the way, but I know that this is how you plan on solving our situation. I know it is an idea that isn't common, but other districts that have had that system have great scores at their schools. Maybe our whole system needs a change and a little more integration between our city's areas. Plus, at that age, kids need a lot of mental health support, and if you can give that at each site, they might have a better chance of getting help in a smaller setting versus at the junior high. Doing something like this would keep all our elementary schools open, and if you ever needed to change things back and reopen the junior high because of so many kids coming in, then you can. The junior high could have another use as well. After this pandemic, many students might not have the means they might have had before the pandemic to go to college. What if the junior high was converted into a vocational type school that makes money for the district? It could be another source of income. I don't want to be in this position ever again, but our district isn't retaining the new students that are coming into our city. I wish we could have had a chance to explore other ideas instead of cutting to closures. You may argue that there were many chances, but this is the point, or what is the point if only a small percentage of people know about them? In my humble opinion, this is something that our district needs to work at changing. People need to be aware of all that happens. Also, if the idea of school closures is to save $500,000 per school, closing snow and even music won't be enough savings. If you keep even one employee from each, then you will be under the $500,000. Lastly, I want to congratulate all the parents and schools that came together peacefully without the need to throw dirt at each other or at another school in union to try and save our schools. This was about all our kids not some being more important than others. I have lived here my whole life and have never seen such unity from Newark. Also, please keep in mind the many parents who wrote in to say they don't have cars, and keep in mind all the families that will be crying this evening because of your decision. Please be equitable and remember that many of our kids at the schools that are on the chopping block are low-income families or Latino families who are always getting hit with
30
so many
seconds.
decisions all around. By the way, please don't close snow. Snow is worth it and has always been worth it to save. We are such an amazing family of staff and students who are overlooked many times. And by the way, the third wing classroom issue is being fixed and poses no threats to anyone. Go Blizzard Bears. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And that concludes all the speakers.
Okay. Right under an hour. Okay, so thank you for everyone who wrote in today, and I know sometimes it's not easy to share some comments live, so we really appreciate hearing from all of you. Okay, so with that, Superintendent Triplett, coming from the last meeting, there were some questions that the board had asked, but some follow-up questions. So I will pass this item to you, and you'll include whoever else from staff that you need to.
All right, thank you, President Martinez, and thank you to all of the community members that just spoke. really appreciate hearing from everybody. So we clearly have a very difficult decision ahead of us. The recommendation of the district is that the board select from the 4 schools that were recommended by the School Consolidation Advisory Committee. And also a recommendation that we've heard the term equity be used tonight by community members, and we want to just emphasize how important I think that is in making these decisions, that we minimize the impact on students who have been traditionally underserved. So while none of us want to consolidate or close schools, we know that this decision is necessary given the ongoing structural deficit that we have. And this process has included the analysis and review of literally hundreds and hundreds of pages of data, information, reports on the part of the advisory committee and the school board. I want to appreciate both those bodies for all of the attention, seriousness that they have done to really come to some conclusions. None of us take this this lightly, but whatever outcome we have, I want to just emphasize how important it will be for all of us as a community to come together and to support the students and families that are most impacted. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Dela Cruz, who's going to present the information that the board requested in the last meeting, and then or she's going to present most of it. I'm going to then do a short presentation on the part that the board requested around ideas and possibilities for the second part of the recommendation from the committee, which was to consider moving the 6th grade to the junior high. So I'll be speaking a little bit about what are some of the possibilities in that move. But first, Ms. Dela Cruz.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Good evening, Board President Martinez and board members. Ms. Gutierrez, is Ms. Garcia here? Before I get started, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Yes, Mr. Rose is moving her, right? She's there now.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to share my screen. If you recall, at the last board meeting, we had some requests for information from our board members. So I would like to share with you the information and the responses that we have put together. Most of the information is based on existing data and information that was shared with the School Consolidation Advisory Committee. So one of the questions was, for each of the schools, at a minimum for the 4 brought as recommendations, can we clearly identify what is deferred maintenance versus other capital nice to haves? And also, can you give examples of items that fall into the deferred maintenance category? So the data that we presented to the School Consolidation Advisory Committee came from the Facilities Master Plan. It included long-term needs, deferred maintenance, and signature projects. The deferred maintenance items are included in that column under long-term needs. So if you think about samples of deferred maintenance, they include HVAC repairs, plumbing repairs, roofing repairs, and painting. So the other part has to do with nice to haves. So what are some nice to haves? So the long-term needs, that column also includes that number where you see a column for modernization, renovation, new construction, and nice to haves. And again, this comes from our facilities master plan. And some of the examples that were in the master plan for nice to haves, like modernization and renovation, was to renovate and relocate an existing parking lot, renovate existing play fields, getting new flexible furniture, constructing a new shade structure for lunch area, and renovate an existing library. So those are some examples of those nice to haves. And the signature projects, that last column, which is separate from long-term needs, are also nice to haves. And some of those examples were to transform an exterior area into landscaped outdoor learning environments, creating new maker spaces with flexible furniture, street side beautification and addition of entry plaza with seating at front of a school, and transforming an existing building to create small learning community. Another request was, can you give the cost per pupil, assuming a fully loaded school? So for example, if you were to load Graham or Snow at its maximum recommended enrollment for each campus, what does it do to the cost per pupil? And is it relatively easy to see the costs of direct costs meaning the teachers, because they're directly involved in the instruction of our students, and then the indirect costs, which is support and operating expenses cost per pupil. So if you take Graham, for example, the total capacity at Graham is 728. And if you compare that to the current enrollment of 363, you get a multiplier. So when you take that multiplier and multiply it by the current direct costs, you would have a direct cost at full capacity of about 3.8, 3.9 million. So then you add the indirect cost to that. So the total cost is be estimated at full capacity to almost 4.5 million. So that would bring your cost per pupil at full capacity at 6,156 per pupil. As compared with the current enrollment at 363 students, your cost per pupil is 7,016 per pupil. So there's a difference of $860 per pupil. So as you can see, the more students you have at the school, the more efficient you become. And you have a savings just based on the students that are currently enrolled of an additional $312,180 based on this scenario. And again, for illustration purposes only, because we do have Graham having a total capacity at 728. So this example would show Graham currently with the 363 students at 7,016 per pupil, and then Snow separately. These are the costs as they are now as separate schools at 7,166 per pupil. And so if you were to combine Graham and Snow and move them to Graham, combine them together, you would have a total enrollment of 670, which is about 92% utilization. So it's almost at capacity. And so when you take the Graham's unrestricted budget of 2.5 million, and you add the budget, the direct costs, because you would only bring over the direct costs from Snow, which includes the teachers, the books, and the supplies. It's about 1.7 million. You add those two together, you get 4.2 million. So it brings your cost per pupil down to 6,332, which is lower than the average when they were separate, and gives you cost savings of $752 per student, which is about $503,000. Another question was, would we have space at BGP to house the special ed preschool? So when we look at BGP, they have excess capacity of 119 seats. There are 4 classrooms currently for special ed preschool at Music. And when you calculate the loading for the excess capacity at BGP at 24, that gives you 5 extra classrooms. So yes, you would have space at BGP. Another possible location is Schilling. And do they have space for special ed preschool? Again, with the number of classrooms needed at 4, you have the excess capacity at Schilling at 335. You load those at 24, you have an extra 14 classrooms. So yes, that would be another location that would also be able to house the SPED preschool. Another question or request was to provide an update on the current facilities projects that have been completed and what were the costs associated to them for each site, what funding sources, if any of these projects were related to deferred maintenance, and if yes, what budget did that come out of? Was it the bond or was it the maintenance and operations budget? So the most recent projects that we've had were the paving projects. So we've had improvements over at Kennedy and Lincoln, Music, Schilling, and Snow. So all of these paving projects were funded by the Measure G bond, and they were all part of the deferred maintenance plan. Another project right now has to do with Snow Elementary. So we have currently spent about $25,000 to investigate the possible settlement issue of the building wing 3. So we've had soils and civil engineering tests currently in progress. And depending on the results of these tests, our estimated cost for repairs could be anywhere from $300,000 to $700,000. Question, which campuses have and are ADA compliant and equipped to serve moderate, severe special day classes and other special day class students? Which ones have play structures that are ADA compliant, that have bathrooms to accommodate the special day students for diapering, and do any of them have sensory rooms? Well, we are required as a school district to accommodate all students with disabilities. Title II of the ADA requires that we do not discriminate against any student with a disability. We do have sensory rooms that are set up at school sites by related service providers, such as occupational therapists. So when we look at the estimated net savings, there's some question around what was included in the net savings. So in the net savings, our estimate, there's staffing that's not based on enrollment. So all of our elementary schools, regardless of how many students are enrolled at the schools, have a principal, an office manager, an office clerk, a senior custodian, and a library aide. So if a school were to close, these positions would represent potential cost savings. And the average cost of salaries and benefits for non-teaching positions at elementary schools is about $465,000. So that's the majority of your savings there. And then we have facilities and operating costs that are fixed costs that are not based on enrollment. It's based on the facility, and the utilities such as gas, water, electricity, sewage, pest control, any equipment leases and maintenance, and system monitoring costs. Those are all the fixed costs that are not based on enrollment. And when we considered the savings, we didn't consider the teachers and books and supplies. And the following positions may follow the students because, for example, campus monitors may need more if you have an increase in enrollment, and bilingual aid, depending on the student demographics, English learner liaison, or an ASL translation, for example. This is a sample of a detailed line item budget for utilities and other operating expenditures. And as you can see, for this particular school, because this is specific to a school, if this school were to close, there would potentially be cost savings of about $98,000 in operating costs. However, we do also recognize that a line item such as conference for $3,000 and then possibly graphic arts for 500 could follow the students. So in this case, maybe the savings would be reduced to 94,000. So this bar chart is a summary of the estimated savings by school. The gray shade is the utilities and other expenses. The orange is the cost of benefits for those positions we talked about that are not based on enrollment, and then the salaries. That's all I have. If there are any questions or comments?
I do have a question.
Hang on, actually, so sorry. I'm sorry, I was just a little, I would like, because I know we're gonna get into quite a bit of conversation,
Okay.
Member Zhang. So I
Yeah.
was gonna maybe ask student member Salemi if he's got any questions or comments.
No, not on this presentation.
Okay, very good, thank you. Go ahead, Member Zhang.
Yeah, can we go back to the slide when you show the fully loaded grant from snow and the direct cost of the saving on the direct cost, is that 400 something? Yes, yes.
This one?
Yeah. So
the total savings based on this scenario is
half of it.
503,000.
So my question is, when you say fully load snow into ground, obviously snow is gone. So we all know snow has this saving. I mean, every school has this saving if you close. Is these two, if you use the saving from closing snow and compare to this saving, is this a double saving or this is some overlap between them?
It would be, you mean this, it would be the same. So you close snow or you combine snow with Graham, the savings would be the same.
Also, they're both, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Well, but I would assume if you are in this completely load one school into another, you achieve the maximum economy of scale at Grand. I think the saving will probably be bigger in this scenario if you split one school three-way to the other school, right? So in that case, I don't think these savings are the same.
Well, you would have more efficiency. Yes, there would be additional savings on the students that are currently at Graham because now you've reduced your cost per pupil. So overall, you become more efficient and your cost per pupil will go down. Yeah. So you could recognize that savings based on savings of 752 students, for example. Now your cost per pupil at 6,000 for those 670 students is an additional savings.
It's an additional saving over time, Member Zhang.
Okay, can you repeat that? Which part is the additional saving over time?
Well, if you look at the difference in the cost per pupil, the more efficient you become, you're saving your cost per pupil.
Yeah, because
right now you're paying about 7,000 per pupil.
Yeah, it is incremental. It is incremental to your point over time because and to your other comment around maximum use of the benefit of economies of scale, right? Because now you've got that larger cost base and you're really going to load it in.
I'm just a little bit curious to realize that the case where you completely load snow into Grand, the saving in that Grand completely equal to the saving of closing snow.
Yeah.
So it almost felt like when the committee came out with this snow number, which on this report is on the 400 pages report is exactly $503,949. Almost felt like they already know that this is not a three-way split or something.
That's why I put here, it's illustration purposes only. So the savings at snow would be the same because if you're bringing snow to Graham.
I wouldn't think that a three-way split will produce the same the same amount of net saving than a completely merger, right? A complete merger will probably save more money than a three-way split. That's what I thought. Or maybe you can tell me actually, regardless how you split, the savings is the same.
Yeah, the savings would be the same regardless of how you split, because
Okay.
if it closed snow and you divide those students by 3 schools, you still have the savings from snow. The only thing that it will do is it will impact your cost per pupil, obviously, because you're dividing it by 3 schools. So you're not maximizing that efficiency in your utilization rate.
So,
Okay.
Yeah. Could I just add, so arguably, the larger the school capacity is, if it's loaded to capacity or close to capacity, then that cost per pupil decreases at a greater rate than a school that has a lower full capacity, simply by economies of scale.
okay. Anything else, Member Zhang?
For this presentation, no.
Okay. Member Nguyen?
I just had a quick question on in regards to all the SDC and ADA compliant. So right now, I know that there are specific ADA or we have special accommodations for schools at our sites that have SDC students. But if we do move them around and have to move them around, we will incur additional costs to be able to set up additional accommodations for the SDC students, correct?
Yes, there is a potential for that.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a perspective on, I mean, that's been mentioned a couple of times that there was some investment already made. Do we have a perspective on, are we talking tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands in terms of capital, which is different, right? Than we'll call ongoing expenses. So do we have an estimate of what we might have to expend?
Yeah, just based on what happened when Whiteford moved to music, we looked at the costs of moving the preschools over. There were some modifications both inside the classroom and outside by adding doors to restrooms and additional fencing and playground equipment. So there's, for the costs associated with Whiteford, it's about 40,000 to 100,000, depending on what happens. So if you were to move the playground to somewhere else, it would be less than buying a new playground, because a new playground over there, I believe, was about 40. And then the modifications were also around 40,000. So that cost about 80,000. So depending on what's available at the school sites, then the cost could either be anywhere from 40 to maybe 100,000. And that would not come from general fund. We do have facilities improvement monies we would use that for. So it would not come from general fund.
And the example that Ms. De La Cruz is using is specifically the preschool, the district's preschool that's currently at music. If we're talking about other SDC programs, arguably that the cost would be reduced because we wouldn't be moving a playground that's particularly suited to preschool. So for example, if we're talking about a 4th grade SDC class or whatever, that wouldn't require the playground move.
Okay. Is this basically the only document that you were going to review with us today?
Yes,
Okay.
The next one is Dr. Triplett.
Okay. Before we move on, actually, I believe you're going to review the middle school proposal. Member Zhang, Member Nguyen, any other questions regarding the data?
No.
No, I think we're okay.
Okay.
Thank
And President
you.
Martinez, if I may, before we transition, just wanted to do a time check for you.
Okay. Sorry. Oh, so wait, have we been at half hour?
We're getting very, very close.
Okay.
A few more minutes.
Right. Sorry, I should have said that up front. Again, when I kind of did my initial spiel where we did an hour of public comment, typically the whole section of discussion is about 30 minutes before we call for a motion. So obviously we need to get through this next section and then we'll have a bit more discussion and we'll get ready to call for a motion. Thank you for that. Superintendent. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I will share my screen here. All right. So as I mentioned earlier, if you recall, the school board asked for me to come with some ideas and possibilities for how the transition of the 6th grade classes at all of the elementaries to the junior high could look. So I want to preface this by saying this is not a plan and this is not a proposal. A plan or a proposal would require considerable amount of engagement and we would really want to engage the communities both at the elementary schools and the staff at those schools, as well as the staff and community at the junior high. But having been someone who has spent a considerable amount of time in middle school and leading middle schools, I'm happy to share some of the different possibilities and benefits that could come from a 6th grade transition to the junior high. So I'll just start with this idea. Junior highs used to be the majority of our 6, 8, or 7 to 9 configurations used to be junior highs. And in 1971, across the country, only 23% of grades 6 through 8s were middle schools. By 2000, 69% of grades 6 through 8 were in middle schools. So there was a transition that happened, and many schools shifted to, or many junior highs shifted to middle. Just in terms of in our area, so in neighboring districts, these numbers here represent the number of 6, 8 configurations that are middle schools. So in New Haven, both schools of this configuration are middle. In Fremont, only 3 of them are middle schools. The other 3 are still junior highs. In Hayward, all 5 of their schools are middle. San Lorenzo, all 3, and Pleasanton, all 3 are middle schools, just to give a little context to our neighbors. So the purpose of this is really to lift up the possibilities for a transition of 6th graders to junior high to make a middle school, and to highlight the things that we should be considering when creating this transition plan. And so why a shift to middle school? So grades 6 to 8 configurations create some really great opportunities to build stronger school culture because you have 3 years versus 2, opportunities for better support the socio-emotional development of adolescents, opportunities to increase elective and exploratory opportunities for students that might not be possible in the elementary 6th grade, and opportunities to strengthen the transition to high school, college, and career. Some of the things that we would probably want to consider is that a 6th grade transition we would really probably want to create a 6th grade, what I call a house or a family. And so if given the amount of 6th graders that we have, we probably have about 3 houses or families at the middle school. And what those are is students with the same teachers, students in a cohort model, so they still travel together from class to class. It would be more flexibility in scheduling than we currently have. Like I said before, there'd be a lot of elective opportunities that might not be possible just mathematically in elementary 6th grade. I would recommend we would have an advisory period for these 6th grade classes, and then we'd really want to articulate a pathway to high school and to college starting from 6th grade. Some of the facilities and orientation considerations. One, I would recommend that we have some sort of what I would call an early start program. And that would be that the sixth graders could come to school about a week earlier than everybody else, and get oriented to the school, meet all their teachers, learn about the insides and outsides of the school. And in doing so, when the sixth grade on the first day of school, when the sixth graders show up, it wouldn't be this shock in this new place and feeling like the smallest ones and the not knowing where things were. They would have already been on the campus for a week, having learned all about their new school. I would recommend we have a sixth grade wing, so an area of the school that is just where all the sixth grade classes are. There should be a separate lunch and recess for sixth graders. I know we already have some really great peer mentor programs, and so we want to have probably an eighth grade peer mentor program for the sixth graders. And then really important to note is that the current teachers of sixth grade in elementary school, we really want to have them come with the students from the elementary to be the teachers of sixth grade in the new middle school. So a middle school sixth grade would really be what we call multiple subject teachers, the same credentialing that the teachers have in elementary. And so they would be able to teach multiple subjects. So for example, one teacher might be able to teach English and history to the same group of students, and a different teacher could teach math and science to that same group of students. And in doing so, we create sort of a trajectory for the students where they're leaving elementary having basically one content teacher. They'd enter sixth grade and then have two teachers for core content. And then in seventh grade, maybe we could continue with the model that we currently have in eighth grade, where the students would have multiple teachers. And in doing so, we create this really nice transition to high school, where they start to have different students, different peers in every classroom, and different teachers in every class subject area. The other really nice thing that this could do is create some really great cross-content collaboration with the teacher teams in sixth grade. So it would allow teacher teams that teach different subject areas to have the same planning period, for example, and really be thinking from a student-centered approach, thinking about how they're supporting the students in their cohort, not just academically, but also socio-emotionally. We could have then a schedule where there's targeted intervention classes for students. There's opportunities for looping, which means the teachers could go from being the sixth grade teachers and follow the students into seventh grade, and then the seventh grade teachers could loop back down to sixth grade. So there's lots of really interesting possibilities there. And then, like I said earlier, with a family or a house, then the teacher teams could really plan family events, cohort events, and activities and assemblies together for their group of their small learning community of students. So that's a brief overview. Like I said before, it really would, if the board decides that this is a direction that we want to go in, then we really want to get started on some deep planning, and that would not happen without the work of a design team that would need to involve staff at both the junior high and the elementary schools. I will say one other thing before turning back over to you, President Martinez, is that this transition, I highly recommend it. I think it could be really powerful and a real support to students. I would say that I think we should be judicious about if we are consolidating and closing schools, consolidating or closing schools this year, that we might think about having a year of planning in order to then also do the transition to of these sixth graders. To have both things happening simultaneously in this spring might be a little bit too much, and so we might want to spread those two things out. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, I just want to make a quick.
Go ahead, Member Zhang.
Quick comment. I think interesting one was when I was in the middle school, obviously not in this country, we always have, my group, we have 6 families. And then within that family, you, with 40 plus other students, you always get the same, take the same class together. You see each other 7-8 hours every day. And we're, in addition to your math and whatever literature or science teacher, you got another sort of one of your math teacher will be or your English teacher will be assigned as sort of the master teacher for your family. And just like you said, the teacher will be with us for the entire experience of the middle school. Not like once we switch grade, we got new teachers. Just surprised that the American system is not really implementing that, because I think that really is the stable cohort where you develop the emotional support, you build a deep personal connection with your friends and with your teacher, and you have the 3-year stability to really prepare yourself to a much more competitive and much more rigorous environment, which is the high school that bridge you to college. Yeah, so I'm glad that we're considered this option.
Thank you, Member Chen.
Thank you. Member Nguyen, do you have any questions?
No, I'm also in agreement with Member Zhang and Superintendent Triplett on this recommendation. I think that that it would be beneficial to students and prepare them for high school better.
Absolutely, and I mean, we definitely have heard that from our teachers, right? That this is something that that's been long in the making, and I know this has been a conversation many years ago. So I think that you know, we're really excited that you're bringing something concrete, and obviously the experience that you bring with regards to middle schools, Superintendent, I think is, you know, a great advantage. So thanks also for sharing your perspective on timing, because I think that, you know, there's definitely general intent to promote this, but I think it's good for us to get a sense of what's the right timing to make this transition. So I think that, thank you for sharing that. Students, Member Salemi, I'm sorry, I didn't ask you, did you have any questions or comments?
No, but I appreciate Dr. Triplett's very rough look at where we might be heading with the middle school. I think that besides all the other things that are being considered right now, that is a positive thing for many students.
Thank you.
Thank
Could I say
you.
one more thing I neglected to say, President Martinez? I think the board is aware of this, but just for the public, that this is a cost neutral. There's no savings and there's no additional cost per se, although there might be some minimal cost to this kind of transition. But this isn't a cost saving measure. This was brought up by the advisory committee as an additional recommendation.
Yep, thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so watching the clock, and Ms. Gutierrez, thank you for pinging me that we've been on the topic here. So first, a couple of things just in terms of order. We're going to have to extend the meeting. It's 20 to 10 here, so we've got still quite a bit of new business to cover. And so I'll ask for an extension, and then I would like to maybe just have just a few more minutes of maybe a couple of comments or questions, maybe another 5 to 10 minutes, and then I will be calling for a motion. Okay. So first, I would like to request or ask for a motion to extend the meeting. Let's see, an additional 2 hours.
Yeah, I guess the rule for, do we have a rule that says the school board meeting shouldn't pass the midnight?
So we researched that today because we've heard that, but we weren't able to find it in board policy. We did inquire, so there is no written law, you know, guideline, so to our knowledge.
So I move to extend the meeting till midnight.
Okay.
A second.
Thank you, Member Nguyen. And I will call for a hand vote. Student Member Salemi, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. So Motion carries. The meeting is extended to midnight. Hopefully we will be done a little sooner than that. Okay. So thank you. A lot of information obviously presented, not, well, some of it tonight as a follow-up, but obviously we've received quite a bit of information over the weeks and certainly in the last meeting. So are there some additional clarifying questions with regard to other data that we didn't review today that any of you have for staff?
No.
Okay. Well, with that then, if there are no other further questions, I will call for a motion if someone is ready to make a motion.
Well, I want to ask, I mean, what will be the nature of this motion? I can move to start opening up the discussion for.
Yes. Sorry. Yes. So let me clarify that. That's right, because that's basically the cycle that we would follow, right? So we would now be opening we would have a very specific motion to discuss. So if you recall, the actual recommendation or the motion is, sorry, let me get it here. Staff recommends that the board identify the 2 schools for closure or consolidation from the list. And also move all 6th graders to the Newark Junior High. So, but basically what we're doing is now we're tightening that first part of the statement, which is the recommendation to the 2 particular schools, plus the recommendation to move 6th graders to the junior high. And so we would, with the motion, we open discussion. Have any other clarifying, why this makes sense? And then we will ask for the final vote.
Okay, so I'll move to start the discussion about closing 2 schools.
If I may, or do you want to provide the clarity?
No, sorry. So now, we know that was where we started. So the motion that I'm looking for is, are we ready to bring, well, that's why, are there other questions that you all need clarified? Because at this point, I would like a motion to propose the 2 schools that we are going to discuss for closure, plus the move of the 6th graders to the junior high.
Yeah, I think this is, I think I wouldn't want to comment on it. I think this might be the weakness of our motion first and discussion second, because I don't think we actually discuss which school we want to close. And then we just suddenly start making a motion about which to, I mean.
Well, I think that's why there's been so much opportunity. There is still opportunity for questions. I think at some point, right? We need to share what's on our mind, right? Here's what we're thinking. And the best way to do that is through a motion. And so, for example, I can actually make the motion if nobody else is ready to make a motion. We can start this. Remember, that doesn't mean that that's the final motion, right?
Okay, you can start the motion.
Okay, if anybody else would like to make a motion?
I will make a motion.
Okay.
I move that we merge Snow and Graham to the Graham campus for the 2022 school year and move the 6th graders to the junior high starting the 22-23 school year. And we wait to consolidate music until the 22-23 school year.
If I may, if I may interrupt, sorry. Member Nguyen, if you don't mind just repeating it, I will be writing this.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
So that we can open up for discussion, I would like to move that we merge Snow and Graham to the Graham campus for the 21-22 school year, move the 6th graders to the junior high starting the 22-23 school year, and wait until the 22-23 school year to consolidate music.
Okay, I can second that.
Okay. All right. So Member Nguyen moves, Member Zhang seconds. And so we can go ahead and open for discussion. Any clarifying questions?
Okay, can I just, I don't really have any clarifying question. I can just go ahead and state my position.
Sure.
Yeah, so obviously I'm not the one sitting on the school consolidation committee, so I do want to thank everybody that's involved in this committee. It's tough work. It's very stressful, and it's difficult. It's difficult work, and there are 3 places in America that you don't say "good to see you" when you see the other person. Number 1 is obviously a funeral. You don't say that in a funeral. Number 2, at a hospital. Number 3, you don't say that at a school consolidation committee. So these are very, and just like going to hospital, the reason we go through this, we attend this school consolidation committee is because we have problems to fix. Just like we go to hospital, we need to have some checkup, and we need to have some painful operation and surgery. Same ideas applies here, because we've been having this structural deficit not for the past 2 years, long before all of our 3 got onto board. So this should have been ideal. This should have been done 10 years ago. One school should probably be closed 10 years ago. The other one probably should be closed 5 or 6 years ago. But like I said, we got a handover. That the box stopped at us, and we got a handover. So I appreciate the 2 members elect talking about they also want to chime in. So so ideally, I mean, if our 3 today can reach a conclusion, then obviously that's 3 votes. That's a majority. Then done deal today. But I do want to ask the superintendent, because I am a bit surprised that the 2 members elect really want to be part of the decision-making process. And I guess they're shooting for December 17th. I guess that's the meeting they wanted to, I mean, if they're saying the second meeting of December, that will be December 17th, I believe. So I want to ask, is there any financial impact or planning impact if we wait until December 17th? That's for superintendent.
Yeah, thank you, Member Jin. Yeah, I will say that, and I'll have Ms. Dela Cruz answer too about some of the financial impacts. But this is very urgent because we need to get started on staffing, enrollment projections, budgeting, and all of those things those need to happen right away. We should already in January be full steam ahead for next year in that planning. The other challenge is around our first interim budget report, and I'll let Ms. Dela Cruz talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, Member Zhang, regarding first interim, right now, as you all know, we're working on presenting that report at the next December 3rd board meeting. And in that first interim is our multi-year projection. And the assumption is that we are saving $1 million by closing 2 schools. So in order for me to complete my multi-year projection, I need to have those assumptions. And if we do not take a vote tonight, then I'm really not sure what to assume. And the multi-year projection is really contingent upon the decision tonight.
Okay. So I got if that's the case, then first I appreciate the 2 members elect wanting really to chime in, but given that they probably don't have they will have a really long period of ramping up these things, and they're when we're going through this process, they were not really part of this process. And I guess my intention is just let's see if we can reach a unanimous consent today. And if we really, let's say, throwing this, I mean, if we really delay this and letting these 2 people to chime in, I mean, obviously, we all know this is politically very unpopular for anyone to make this decision. I wouldn't say if we delay this to the next board, I wouldn't say we're throwing the 2 under the bus, but I think it will be unfair for these 2 because these 2 don't have enough information or they're not part of this process. And then they're sharing the blame with us on this. And like I said, this is something that any elected official wants to avoid. And this is not something that's popular that everybody wants to chime in. So my intention is that let's try to have a consensus today, and if we couldn't reach a consensus, if we really have some sharp differences, then I guess we can let the two new board members.
Absolutely, Member Zhang. And because at the end of the day, I think it's, thank you, Ms. Dela Cruz and Superintendent Triplett. You know, we've been making a lot of folks uncomfortable with this time, right? We've been pushing our school consolidation committee, go, because we knew we had that first interim. So I too recognize, you know, and applaud the interest of the two trustee elects. But this is a process that's been going on, and the more we delay, and you know, it's first of all, it risks the process. But again, it's unfair that we've been putting everyone else through this, you know, this tight timeline. So agree. Let's try to get to the conversation to see what are some points of where we may not agree, so that we can hopefully move to resolution.
Okay,
thank you for your comments, Member Zhang.
I appreciate the two trying to share the blame with us, but as your incoming president, I try not to share this blame with you too. Okay.
Thank you, Member Zhang.
I want to start with the criteria I'm looking at for closing two schools. So the top thing, obviously, the committee went through as an observer. I see the committee went through the scoring criteria. You have unweighted score and weighted score in this, and the unweighted score is sort of the objective data. The weighted score is the model you build on that data to try to really differentiate between schools. And just like any model, you have pros and cons, you have strength and weakness. So if you ask me, I will be comfortable looking at both sets of data, both raw data and the weighted data. Obviously, the weighted has its own strengths because it weighs certain things. And obviously, the weakness that I want to point out about the model, which is the weighted score, is that for certain criteria, you assign a score of 1 and certain school get 8. But that doesn't mean that on that criteria, that's the school that gets the score of 8 is 8 times more reasonable or 8 times more suitable to be closer. So in a certain way, it exaggerates the difference between two schools. And then sometimes that 7-point difference between 1 and 8 can prove to be insurmountable if you look at our scoring criteria. So that's my first standard I'm going to be looking at. So I will be looking at both. I will take into consideration of both the raw score and the weighted score. Second thing, just like many of the public comments, I will try to keep the cohorts together. I think that's one of our priorities. We keep the cohorts together. We try not to do a 2-way split, and we definitely should try to avoid 3-way split of the kids, because I think that's just emotionally too traumatic. And number 3, my priority will be to minimize the number of students that will need to cross additional major traffic lights and additional major railroads. Hopefully that how we configure the school, there are not that many people, that we minimize the people that need to cross additional traffic, that they don't have to do it before this. And number 4, obviously, as any district, I want to allow the maximum flexibility when it comes to accommodating for future growth, because if certain part of the district that you happen to have future growth and we run out of room, that is not really something I want to see. So maximum flexibility, that will be another priority. So then I'll probably will take me 3 to 5 minutes to talk about the school that I want to look at. So just based on looking at the raw score and the weighted score, if you look at the top 2 in the raw score, you have a 3-way tie, which is snow, grant, and BGI. And if you look at the weighted score, you got one top one is grant, and then you have a 2-way tie, which is, I believe, Kennedy and Schilling. So let me just start on the first, the raw score, which is snow and grant and BGI. So if you look at snow and grant, they are separated by Cedar, which is between Haley and Newark Boulevard, and that part of Cedar is actually not as, I will say, not as trafficked as the Cedar between Newark Boulevard and Thornton Boulevard. So I will consider Snow and Grant, given they are the 2 closest peers within our entire district. I'll definitely be interested in closing one of the 2 schools because they are within a 0.7 mile distance, and And given Cedar, like I said, Cedar is, you have stop sign, it's not a major traffic line, and you don't need to cross the railroad. So I think, like I said, I'm leaning toward closing one of them, but not both, obviously not both. So if you look at, like I said, keeping the cohorts together, I don't think it's possible to load the entire grant into snow, but it's definitely possible, as the illustration shows, to load the entire snow into grant. So we keep the entire cohort of snow together. And it's still within a walking distance from snow to grant. And obviously snow has that foundation issue as well. So, and snow also happens to be, I mean, not when it comes to enrollment, by looking at capacity, that is the smallest school in the district. So that sort of doesn't fit into the flexibility, the criteria I set up priority, because we do need to consider the possibility of future growth. I mean, you got to give yourself. So loading snow into ground will be my, I mean, I'm leaning toward loading snow into ground. So snow will be gone, and ground will be probably pretty full. I mean, at least up at 92%, utilization rate that where the previous presentation showed. And then down the list will be BGI, but I will come back to BGI later. So for the weighted score, you got Grant, Kennedy, and Scholing. So Grant obviously is here to say we already talked about Grant. So then the two-way tie on the second place is Kennedy and Scholing. So the problem, if we go back to keeping the cohort together, is for both Scholing and Kennedy, the two of the three closest schools to these two schools are Snow and Grant, which Snow is gone, Grant is packed. So I don't think it's not even physically possible to draw the map. Where are you going to send Kennedy kids to? They obviously couldn't be fully loaded into music or fully loaded into Grant. And you might need to draw some really interesting gerrymandered map to send Kennedy to Scholing or Lincoln. So, and obviously Scholing faces the same problem. And not only that, Scholing has the flexibility that we want to keep to accommodate future growth from the Bayside development, which can potentially have up to 2,500 family. So I guess Scholing and Kennedy, these two are off the table. So I also see the recommended list of the two other schools in the top 4 is Lincoln and music. For me, personally, by looking at the score, these two are not that high on the list. So I will be less hesitant to look at these two schools. And then they sort of face the same cohort problem. Like you probably will need to 3-way split these kids in order to do that. So that brings me back actually to BGI. So I respectfully disagree with the committee's decision to not spending a lot of time looking into the merger of the two BGs. But so my opinion about BGI is that, for number one, I want to talk about the location. So I question the long-term viability of the location of the BGI, because that is located at a cul-de-sac, and you are right next to a railway and right next to the MOTR, which in the morning is a traffic nightmare. I personally drove around BGI just a couple of days ago. You drove into the drop-off. When you get out, you see a right turn only. You can't turn left. You right turn only, you turn right, you drive all the way toward the railroad track. And then at the end of the cul-de-sac, you make a U-turn coming back to get out of Birch. And that alone to say, certain residents south of Maury, whether you live in which part of south of Maury, you'll need to cross Maury and Central to go to BGI. Some of them will be crossing Cedar, Maury, and Central. Some of them will be crossing Cherry, Maury, and Central. Not sure whether this is really a good idea to go to an elementary school.
Member Jean, can I ask you just to maybe let's kind of
okay,
wrap it up so we can get other conversations.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So if you ask me what will be the second school for me to close, I will consider redrawing the boundary of the BGs and taking out 200 kids from the BGs to go to music, and then keep the rest of the cohorts together. That will be my idea. And speaking of flexibility, let's say if one day BGP is packed and you have more people coming in, I mean, the flexibility is you got that piece of land in on the Stevenson on the area 3 right next to Stevenson. So that's the flexibility out there if you happen to have a packed BGP. So my idea will be partially splitting BGI and keeping most of the cohort together,
Okay.
and loading snow completely into ground.
Okay, thank you. Member Salemi, I meant to start with you earlier. Apologize for that. Do you have any questions or comments?
Firstly, I think I appreciate Member Zhang's focus and to make sure that we keep cohorts together. I think that is important if the board chooses to decide that we'll go forward with the plan. And I am predicting that I'll probably be dissenting in a vote compared to the rest of the board, and I think it's important to, share why. Firstly, I don't think that we are doing everything we could be doing to try to avoid making this decision, and I understand that we are deep in the hole. However, I don't think it makes sense to have this on the table if we never tried to make our schools more appealing in the first place, if we never talked about having a comprehensive outreach plan to get higher enrollment. The solution to declining enrollment is to figure out how to increase that enrollment, not to shut down our schools. We never have long-time solutions in the district, and now if we did that first and we still were on the same path, I think most people would be more open to this conversation. And I agree that the financial situation is dire and tough decisions are inevitable. Yet to consider this during a pandemic as a student member, thinking about how students are already feeling so stressed, when adding another stress of, oh, well, now your school is closing too, doesn't sell well with me. I was thinking a little bit about the process, and I think that we should acknowledge that there was room for improvement. Many students and parents did not know this conversation was even happening. Why didn't we send something out to each parent? When these conversations began, we were in person, had the ability to send things out to our kids. And I was thinking about this more and more and came to realize this doesn't mean that, oh, now we're saving $1 million and that's going to be funneled toward the students. And I think that's a kind of a false narrative to push out. This $1 million in savings is where it only keeps us afloat. It only helps to make ends meet, not necessarily money that will be going directly towards us. Equity is another important thing, and I feel like we have not tried our best to ensure that was a factor. Why is it that a school is more likely to be shut down because it didn't have something another school did? There have been other mistakes that have led to this deficit, which have nothing to do with enrollment. And I think the failure for us to own up to that, it's a mistake. And, we're not protecting the community from the negative impacts of those past things that have happened. And this is a pattern that, hurts students for a role that they didn't have they had no role in this to begin with, And considering all of these things and the pandemic on top of that, I would agree with not going straight to 2 schools and maybe finding a compromise right now. The only way we get more enrollment is if we put everything we have to build up each of our school sites, improving upon what's already there and being more innovative and working with our community. Each school has a unique culture and students have relationship with their administrators and teachers, and schools are important tools for our parents and they provide so much for them. So again, I think I'm just speaking for the students that aren't able to be here today and speak for themselves. And it always seems like the communities that are already disenfranchised are getting hit the hardest over and over again. Shutting down schools in heavily minority areas of our city does not work to fight against these social structures that disadvantages our communities. It only contributes to it. And I would say just lastly, this initial comment, numbers don't mean anything. Numbers are just numbers. We need to stop labeling our kids and punishing them for underperforming. Instead, I think let's figure out what our schools need truly. Let's talk to our students, let's talk to our teachers and our parents and empower those who can't advocate for themselves. That is the only way I think that we get to a long-term solution in this district.
Thank you. Sorry, Member Zhang, I'm going to interrupt you because we need to all get a chance. But first, I wanted to comment, Student Member Salemi. I think you're always very wise with your comments, and it is because, you know, I think those of us really in on the screen here at most have 2 years on the board. And absolutely, we are tired of not having a conversation about what we're doing to improve the situation for our kids. We're always trying to just get out from underwater, right? So absolutely. I mean, I you know, sometimes I'm not as soft with my statements, but I am very passionate about this. Doesn't feel good by any means, right? But therefore, we do need to look at comprehensively what is the best thing for the broader group. So before Member Jean, you remember when you made the motion, so I wanted to kind of weigh in, I think before maybe we give you back the floor, your thought process. You know, Member Zhang, as you know, I'm a BGI parent, and so I absolutely know about the nightmare that physical location is. But we can't make a decision based on that. Absolutely agree with you with regards to minimizing the impact on the cohort. And when you're speaking about the BGs, you're speaking about a cohort of over 900 students. Right. And also just geographic boundaries. Those are the only 2 schools that serve a significant portion of our population. So, you know, I will say I strongly disagree with your proposal for those reasons. I think absolutely if some other condition where we had a different school in that site that could accommodate that, absolutely. I think it's a horrible location. Absolutely. But I think practically speaking, it's not something that we could bring across without impacting, once again, 900, because that's really the design of that school. By design, it's a cohort of 900 students or over 900. Why do I support, I think, most of Member Nguyen's motion, which is we'll talk a little bit about timing. I too think that the Member Salemi, you know, we do need to pay attention to numbers, unfortunately, for now, right, with regards to finances. And I think that you really taking Graham and making it the most efficient with its vast capacity versus some of the other sites absolutely makes sense. To bring in one of our smallest campuses, which is Snow. And given the proximity, I think it absolutely makes the most sense. Why do I also support, or where I've also landed on music? Couple of things. If you look at the demographic study, not only is it our lowest enrolled, it's flat, slightly declined. So it's a very small number, and it's flat for this next 5 to 6 years. Right. So talking about, once again, minimum impact to cohort, you know, I do at first, I think when I heard Member Nguyen talk about the delay in the process, you know, in my mind, I still have the urgency of we still need to meet our fiscal obligations. But I do understand that you know, I won't say that there's the easy answer with Snow to Graham. Nothing is easy. It's very complex and a lot of impact. Looking at that secondary site of music, which is low 200s, right? We can't look at the preschool population, SDC, because that's a district-wide program. So that's not a fair apples to apples to other schools. So if we look at those 200 enrolled, if we think about now the pairing of the move to the 6th graders, now that number of the impact to that cohort becomes even smaller. And so I think that we're able to potentially move, you know, to that cohort, because we've heard of the communities, and we would do everything possible to minimize the number of splits. So I think if we look at it from a practical implementation perspective, I absolutely support you know, the motion that Member Nguyen brought forth. That, Member Nguyen, I will loop back to you, and maybe you can help us kind of what guided you to that motion as well.
So after looking at all the data and also the additional information in regards to cost per pupil. It definitely made sense to me in terms of efficiency that Graham is one of our larger campuses, and I did have a hard time with that Graham was being considered because of the capacity that it had to be able to house a whole entire cohort of students from another school. So therefore, I know that you guys, without any bias, because that is what I was looking at. If Snow had the same capacity, a larger campus than Graham, which is my home school, I would honestly say that I would have Graham move to Snow. But it is the reverse, where Graham has the capacity to be able to take in all the students at Snow with the least impact. And that is the most important to me. And then with that being said, I figured that was reasonable to be able to make the transition for next school year. And then with the additional consideration for the sixth graders moving to junior high, I also felt strongly that yes, we did need to make this move, but we need really good planning in order to do that. So that's why I asked that we consider, or the motion is to move the sixth graders to the junior high beginning the 22-23 school year, which allows the superintendent and staff to be able to plan accordingly. And I know that I came to the conclusion that we would have to consolidate or close music, only because I could not take, even though in my thought process, I would have chosen Lincoln to be the move to Schilling, but considering all of the housing that is being built back there in the Bayshore area, with also our last meeting with being on the liaison committee with the city of Newark, I realized that that was not feasible because of we would not have the capacity at Schilling to be able to house all the students, the incoming students moving forward. So Lincoln was off the table for me. So that left music on the list. And with consideration of moving the sixth graders to the junior high the next school year, it just made sense that we would really, really plan and look at how we consolidate and merge music with another school with the least impact to the students there and keeping the majority of the cohorts there together. So I was trying to be really thoughtful in my thought process, and it is difficult. And you can tell in my voice, but this is something that I think that would be the best outcome for all the students in regards to the situation that we're in right now.
Thank you, Member Nguyen. And yeah, thank you for also highlighting the other scenario with Lincoln being on the list as well. And same thing, Member Zhang, I think that's your kind of that area well, and that's one of the key from a demographic study, one of the only areas that is projected to grow. So Lincoln is very close in proximity. So for many reasons it might seem logical, but we do need to, in the spirit of really preparing and really going after capturing more of the children that are coming with these new developments, we do need to make sure that that part of the city has the capacity to receive. So thank you for calling that out, Member Nguyen. I failed to share that my thought on that as well. Any other questions? I'm obviously Member Zhang, you shared your thoughts on BGI. I knowing a bit about that area, that I wanted to go ahead and share that perspective as well. So any other questions or comments?
remember, I think at first I want to comment on student member Salami's what he said. I appreciate what he said, and we are looking at the long-term solutions to the root problem of our district. And if you go to if somebody is going to an emergency room, you first stop the bleeding, then you fix the organs. This district, in many ways, is in an emergency room, and we first fix the sign, which is the bleeding, and then we go check the internal organ and to see what is wrong. We do surgeries later, and then we develop a healthier lifestyle. That's how we fix a patient. And the same idea, we fix a business, and the same idea, we fix a district. This board inherited, I will say this board, being here less than 2 years ago, inherited a mess. We inherited a very tough situation. The easiest thing for us to do is to say, this is the problem of the next board. But I don't think several weeks ago, 10,000 plus people elected me to this position, just they want to hear me say, this is the problem of the next board. The box stopped at us, pretty much. So that's my response to your comment. I do appreciate your comment and suggestion. Coming back to our dispute when it comes to BGI and music. So if you look at, like, I think one of the committee member, Mrs. Rachel Bloom, said it the best. She said this shouldn't be for her, it's not an emotional issue. It is what it is. So if we come back to the scoring criteria, and obviously the unweighted score, BGI came out in top. And if you look at a weighted score, obviously BGI has 24 points, which is pretty low. But remember, that is the condition of considering all 8 schools possibly to be closed. So I will be really interested to see what will be the head-to-head matchup between music and BGI, considering we're only narrowed down to these 2 schools where Grand is full and Snow is gone. So if we can just briefly look at that, and then let's say if music really comes out on top, then we can fix the cohort problem. I'm willing to compromise and that just get it done today.
I have 2 concerns with that. One is that if you're following the SCAC, the School Consolidation Advisory Committee process, very clearly the numbers are a place that for the committee to form an opinion, which they brought, right? They brought us 4 sites. The other thing is that I don't think it makes sense to just go to school. The whole point of weighing is that you're looking at the district as a whole and the impact as a district. So I can't see where you can look at in isolation and just go and go head to head. That work has been done from that perspective, because you can't just look at these 2, the 2-mile radius. You've got to look at the whole impact. And that's what the consolidation committee did. I just don't think that analysis is relevant.
When I say looking at the head-to-head matchup, when I go through all the scoring, I'm not talking about look at the 2-mile radius. I'm still looking at this entire scoring. It just, instead of somebody got a 2 and the others who got a 7, this time you're gonna get a 1 and the others who get a 2.
Right.
And then we need to take into consideration the fact that Snow is gone and Grand is full.
Okay,
So,
Member Zhang, but let's tackle this was a suggestion. So I posed to you the consideration, right? Because to me, frankly, and I'm sorry for interrupting, it's not even a consideration that we should take, we should spend a ton of time on. I specifically mentioned we are affecting a cohort of over 900 students. What is your rebuttal to that? Because I think you can't look at the students in isolation.
If you really look at a number, you are affecting a cohort of 250 people, because the other 600 plus they stay within. If we merge them back to BGG, they will be renamed James Bunker. The 500 people.
Oh, sorry, you want to remerge? Sorry, okay.
No, the 500 people literally stay the same. You have 120 people right now at BGI at 6th grade. They will be going to the middle school. The cohort that will be splitting out from the rest of the people will be around 250 kids. It's not like 900 kids. So, but like I said, I do want to hear the cohort split. I mean, how we gonna split the people and music? Because if this is just one or two-way split, I'm fine with that. But if we end up having a three-way split, like I think we all agree that the cohort together. I mean, we try to keep the cohort together.
Absolutely. I think we all want to make sure we do that, right? And you know, obviously this is the work of the superintendent, and you know, superintendent, if you wanted to weigh in, but I suspect absolutely that we would want to limit the split. Having said that, you know, if some parents want to choose to go to a different school, that should be their prerogative as well. But any thoughts, Superintendent?
Yeah, thank you, President Martinez. I do think that it's important to, we did hear a number of comments this evening about you know, being able to travel as a cohort, and at the same time, I think the best way to honor that sentiment and some of the voices that we might not have heard this evening is to give prioritize the families of a school like that with choice. And so if we can give every family the opportunity to choose where they want to go, and maybe we wouldn't necessarily just numerically be able to get everybody's first choice, but if we had families listing out their top 3 choices, for example, and then we did one by one meeting with each family individually, and really making sure that they're being supported and prioritized. That's what I would recommend. And it may be that in the end that results in families moving as a cohort, but at least then we would have been given families the opportunity to do what they feel is best for their child and their family.
Right. And I mean, okay, sorry.
I also realized the motion is to close the second school right at the time when we move to the middle school, right? So that means we will have a one-time deficit of $500,000 in the calendar year 2021 to 2022. So I would like our CBO to weigh in on that.
Yeah, thank you for that. I wanted to ask the same question. Thank you.
Yes, I have thought about that scenario. So basically what it will do is we have a couple of choices. So we have to either identify alternative reductions or use one-time reserves for this particular reason. Those are really the options that we have. And for me, I mean, that's a decision, again, that the board will have to make and have some discussion about. But the $500,000 will need to come from somewhere, whether it's from reserves or additional reductions or savings.
So remember when, if we were to support the delay of the second school, I mean, we would have to evaluate that.
And
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go. I just because we have to put it out there, right? Okay. That we'll have to.
No, and I think that considering with everything that's going on, I think that it is something that we need to really consider, because it is the most least impact to students. It will give us the ability to be able to make a better decision on how to facilitate the consolidation of music. When the 6th graders move to the junior high, that opens up space at Graham and at Kennedy to be able to absorb the majority of the cohorts. If whether we move the majority of the SDC students over to Graham, that can alleviate some of the issue, and then the rest of the students will be able to go to Kennedy. I believe that can happen. I know that we are looking at maybe removing some of the portables, and if we do put modulars in there, I think it is a good investment in order to be able to do and make those kind of adjustments, and we really need to be thoughtful and think things through. And with the savings that we had this prior year, in terms of the actuals from the budget. The 1 year delay on one of the schools is not something that I feel that we can do, and that we can figure out a way to mitigate the extension of the timeline. I 100% do not have confidence in the fact that we will be able to close 2 schools by the next school year and try to facilitate all of this movement. I do not feel confident that we will be able to execute that. And this at least gives us an opportunity to maybe reevaluate, and maybe our finances will change. The possibility of our financial situation might change. And we should, like student member Salemi said, be proactive this next year in thinking of ways on how to be able to bring in additional students and increase our enrollment. But not only that, we have to remember that nationally, we are underfunded here in California per student. We get about a little bit over $10,000 per student. That is under the national average, which is $12,000. And if you are back east, if you're lucky to be back east in New Jersey or in New York, they're funding students at $15,000 per student or higher. And we don't have that luxury, even though we are the 5th largest economy, we don't have that luxury. So what do we need to do? We need our parents who are here tonight watching us on YouTube. We need to advocate for our students, statewide and also nationwide. Our underserved students, our special ed students are really underserved. Our district alone has to pay $7 million out of the general fund to fund special education. And that is not okay. Where is the state in helping, mitigate some of these costs? Where is the federal government? We haven't had that. So we do need to voice, and we need to advocate for our students more than ever. And so that they can succeed, and so that our students can have proper materials and proper teaching in our school districts. So, and for all those reasons, I am, sad that we have to be here considering this, but student member Salemi, we are trying really hard to make changes moving forward. And I hope that you know that. And I know that this is very hard, and this is not something that we want to do at all, but we have to make this decision, this unfortunate, hard decision, because it has landed on our laps, and we would not be the proper leaders that we are if we did not address it and keep it moving forward. Because if we weren't diligent about it, then we would be in a worse place later on, 5 years down the road. And I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with you guys not being the best. I'm not okay with that.
Thank you, member Nguyen. I mean, absolutely. Oh, student member Salemi.
Just because it goes back to what member Nguyen was saying, I think that if the board does decide to go forward with what they're gonna with this decision, that we should make a commitment that in conjunction with staff and the board, that the board will put forth a plan, in a future meeting for long-term solutions to build trust, and where are we spending that money and how we're going to spend that money to our kids, because it's proven that our scores, and it will create better environment if we do those things, which I know that is why we are here in the first place, because we want to get to that place. And I just think we can't just say that, we're going to shut down schools because of money issues and declining enrollment, then not put forth a plan to our community that involves these more long-term solutions. How do we make sure that in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, that we are not here again? Yeah. So I'd like to see that and focus on something like that, because it is in everyone's best interest. And I think it isn't enough to just list certain things as our aspirations. I really want to see what we're going to do going forward to involve everybody, because like we see here today, there's many people who feel that they have been left out, and I think they have a valid, their concerns are valid.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And thank you, Sue Member Salemi. I really wanted to, echo something that Member Zhang spoke about earlier in your ask, which is, you know, we are trying to, we're trying to get a lot of things done that probably should have been done a long time ago. And one of the things that where we as a board, whatever we're talking this we or other we, it's we as a board, what we don't have is a strategic plan. We don't have here's our 3 to 5 year plan so that you and everybody in the community has that clarity of vision. And so that when the superintendent or district and the schools are doing XYZ, that there is a place to point and here's why it's happening. We don't have that. So no wonder, right? Some of the feedback that came back when we were in doing the hire of superintendent was we're a collection of schools, right? We're not one district. And so that if you just hear that feedback, it kind of tells you that we have a very fundamental problem. And at the end of the day, it's the board that helps give that direction. So we are fully accountable for making sure that happens. And unfortunately, that hasn't happened. But here we are, and we've got 2 newly elected, and we're going to absolutely commit to doing that. I do want to come back to the funding issue, Member Nguyen. So thank you so much for sharing. At the end of the day, that is the key issue is funding, and so it's always going to be a tug of war here for the funds and how far can we make them stretch. But with that, you mentioned very specifically, you referenced we'll call these one-time funds that we've had because of COVID, and I wanted to ask you. Ms. De La Cruz, if because I think to your point, you said either we're going to spend from our reserves or we're going to deficit spend. I think deficit spend is probably not something we can do if we're going to try. We're trying to get into a positive rating for our first interim, right? Because at the end of the day, we are at a high risk status right now. So what is the implication if we take funds from, we'll call the reserves? I mean, if anything, that just it slows down our ability to what we said we wanted to do, which is increase our reserves. Is there any other negative thing we need to be aware of?
Well, we need to be aware that this is a one-time solution, but so it doesn't solve the ongoing issue of our structural deficit.
Right.
So it only delays the process because it'll just exacerbate our situation in the following years. So we have to make that up somehow. So it will increase our deficit spending for next year, which in turn will end up dipping into our fund balance. So because we were able to save money last year, we will be able to maintain that 3% minimum. But at the same time, it doesn't get us to that 17% that we're trying to build.
Right.
So that's really what it's about. We just have to keep in mind that it's a temporary solution to a long-term problem.
Absolutely. And I think what we said last time is we recognize we're not going to get to 17% overnight. So I think it really is just, because I think that the decision we would have to make as a board is, do we want to go ahead and dip into the reserve or actually call for some additional temporary cuts into next year so that we don't deficit spend, right? Because somehow we need to plug that hole because, again, I keep thinking about the fact that we need to get this budget approved by the county, and they've been very, very vocal about the fact that we've been saying we're going to do this. We've been saying we're going to do this. And here we are, right? So now there's a potential delay. I just want to make sure that you staff believe that we can come up with a solution that's a stopgap really for the next year. And can still get us to approval from the county.
Yeah, so I think what you'll have to do is commit to, just like the other resolutions, to identify those areas that we need to save It's just like what we did last year. So if we're looking at, we're going to be deficit spending, then we have to commit to resolving that deficit. And that's what we did last year. And so we'll have to go through that same process, including, you know, possible study session, looking at what we could do in order to resolve those deficits in the next 2 years.
All right.
Oh, I thought the deficit is really just the 2021 to 2022, the $500,000 additional deficit, because assuming the second school will be closed by fall 2022, then in the year 2022, 2023, it was based on our original plan about 2 schools being gone. So it really is a one-time $500,000 deficit for the next year.
Yes.
Yes, and no, Member Zhang, remember our multi-year already shows a deficit.
True,
even including.
So that's an additional one-time $500,000 deficit for the next fiscal year. Assuming the second school will be closed, by fall 2022. So the projection for 2022 and 2023 fiscal year remain the same. It's just the projection for the 2021 to 2022 year will add another $500,000 deficit, adding up to $700,000 deficit. Conservative.
Yeah, that's assuming that the economy remains the same, because remember, we're already experiencing a cut in our cost of living adjustment, where we had initially projected that we were going to receive some sort of cost of a living adjustment, which now we are not. So that's assuming the economy doesn't get any worse. And also our enrollment, remember our enrollment right now is below projection. So that already is going to impact our multi-year in the first interim. Because
I thought the ADA you need to use, the exemption from the state legislature is, you got to use the ADA of, I guess, last year all the way till 2022 to 2023 school years, right? So
only to next year, but not to the 22-23.
Okay.
The hold harmless, it will only hold us until 21-22, not the following year.
Okay, so I guess when we need the real ADA to be accounted for the funding for the LCFF, that's year 2022 to 2023, which, like I said, based on our schedule, 2 schools will already been closed by 2022 to 2023. So it still stands that it's a one-time $500,000 deficit increase for the next fiscal year, I guess.
Sorry, to weigh in, you're right. I think you're both right, because it is just the half year. It's the half of the savings for that first year. However, we've been in the hole, right? Because we were supposed to have already closed a school. I think that's your point, Ms. Dela Cruz, is that we're already carrying a deficit with relation to the closure of schools. So I think, but at the end of the day, I think this is where we need to, as a board, say, given, remember, when, some of the consideration and why you proposed the motion that you did, and the consideration of trying to minimize the impact on music and the smaller cohort, that we would want more implementation time. At the end of the day, that's now the trade-off that we're talking about. So if we're saying, yes, I think that makes sense operationally, Superintendent, then I think the question would be for staff to bring back some potential things for us to look at to bridge that gap.
Yeah, we certainly could do that. That's absolutely what we could do.
Yes. So I want to add on, I think Member Wing, she says she doesn't have the confidence. I think it's primarily due to our current staff never had the experience of closing a school, because we haven't been closing a school for the past 20, 30 years. So it's not really about the competence of the staff. This is an unknown territory for all of us. So rather than we just close one school, learn some lessons, and then improve the process when we're closing the second school. Yeah. Because the last thing I want is, this is already a painful and difficult thing to do. The last thing I want is, when we're going through the painful closure, we got a completely botched process that just further alienate the people in our district.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Member Zhang, for that. That is exactly what I meant.
Thank you. So it's 10:40. I think we've had quite a bit of discussion. I would like to call for the vote and kind of see where we land.
Can I make a comment? Since that the second school will be closed, I mean, right now we decided it will be delayed. I think, you know, I want to be honest, tonight I'm not comfortable voting for the second school. So I would hope that, you know, I hate to let the two newcomers to decide, but the two current might think that I have a bad idea if I'm trying to touch BGI. I really don't think it's really that. I think my idea does have some merit. I hope that, you know, I hate to say that, maybe the two other new members, they might want to weigh in. As long as you have a third member saying, we agree this is a bad idea to touch BGI, we're just going to close music, then I can swallow this. I can vote with the rest of the board, because I do think this should be a 5-0 vote. It shouldn't be a divided vote, because we're all in this together. We share blame, we share credit, we share blame. I'm not going to, like I said, vote no and then throw the rest of the board under the bus. But to be honest, like I said, I do think that idea has some merit. And I still don't see a clear picture about splitting the cohort in music, because I'm afraid, because by looking at the data, Kennedy only has like 100 capacity there. So you obviously couldn't pack music.
Yeah, I hear you, Member Zhang, but let's come back to your original ask, which is the timing, right? And that's why, again, you know, let's have some more conversation, because I'm gonna, you know, put the pressure back on you, because you keep referencing cohorts, but you're not acknowledging the impact that you're having on the 900 and something that are part of one school that happens to be on two sites. By the way, that serves a significant chunk. So I hear you, and I absolutely believe that you think that there is merit. I'm just challenging you that I don't think the time is right now, because by your own arguments, you're impacting, right? And let's talk, if your main concern is the minimizing of the placement of the, you know, less than 200 students from music, right?
Well, it's not
because you haven't made an argument around the boundaries. You haven't made that makes that makes sense to be able to cover anything past you know, what's that part, the south part of.
I look at the demographic study. I think if you move the boundary to central, you move the boundary to central rather than right now sort of a little bit gerrymandered, that you have I mean, if you look at a demographic study, you move the boundary to central, and then everything south of central can fit into Bunker, which is Bunker has 576 capacity. Everything south of central is around 500 to 520 students. So yeah, that's the data I looked at.
President Martinez, could I offer up one thing I think I heard from members is that, and Member Zhang, you saying that if we could guarantee a 1- or 2-way split of the music students, that you'd be on board. Just looking at the numbers and considering the fact that in the following year we won't have a 6th grade that requires that split, I think we can identify 2 schools. I think 1 would be difficult, but I think 2 is definitely feasible. And I wonder if maybe we would want to build into the current motion this idea of ensuring that there's a maximum of a 2-way split. Is that something that would resonate with you?
So the 2-way split, I hope is not your term of splitting into BGI, because if you split into BGI, by definition, you're splitting into BGP. So that's a 3-way split in certain ways, right? Do you agree with that or not? Because anything gets spilled into the BGI-BGP boundary is by definition into 2 schools.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about those 2 together. Yeah. But I do see that just at a quick glance that BGP has approximately 160 potential seats. And then if we thought about another school, like just throwing it out there, Kennedy has a potential 130 seats, but I think there's other schools that are similarly have additional seats. We're really only looking for, if we don't have the 6th grade at music, we're really only looking for about 120 or a little bit less of a cohort, right?
Yeah, so there are roughly, I believe, like 35 6th grader in music. You eliminate 35, that's roughly 255 to 260 students. And adding 100 to Kennedy, I mean, obviously, I'm not sure whether you should add 100 to Kennedy because Kennedy only have 100 capacity. So adding 100 to Kennedy is fully packed, just no more student. So yeah, so that 200 minus the 6th grader, the 200, whatever 255 or 250 kids is, yeah, that's the problem. That's the challenge.
Remember, Zhang, remember, if you move 6th graders, it's going to open capacity at all the elementaries.
Correct.
So it's going to increase capacity at Kennedy as well.
Okay.
Yeah, or other schools. I mean, I think
right.
Not that only has roughly 50.
Member Nguyen, sorry, I know you. Yeah, go ahead.
Kennedy has roughly 50 students on the 6th grade.
Member Nguyen. Sorry, Member Zhang.
So if you put the 50.
Member Zhang, hang on one second. Member Nguyen, go ahead. Sorry, she's been trying to say something.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. No, I wouldn't be opposed to us considering BGI in the future. If the board is considering making adjustments to build out that area and eliminating that school, if we are maybe a couple years down the road deciding if we're going to build in Area 3. But with that being said, right now, and the capacity and being able to consider the closure in that 2 areas, those are the 2 schools in south of Newark that house a lot of students right now. So even if you make that consideration you can't close BGI and Snow together for next school year. You would still have to take the consideration that it would be a year out to plan because you would have to move the boundaries. But I really think that it is something that we should talk about in terms of building out the district and for future, for future students and for future allocation. But I don't necessarily think that it is something that we should consider now.
Thank you, Member Nguyen. And sorry, maybe another couple of questions, comments. So
if I may, President Martinez.
Yes.
I think to Member Nguyen's point, if at a later date the board were to decide to basically move BGI to a new site in Area 3, that would be an interesting consideration, but it would be cost neutral or even, savings neutral, or even obviously the cost of building a new building. So it would be, it seems like that would be in addition to, rather than as one of the 2 school closures.
And the time frame is not, to your point, is not immediate.
Yeah.
Member Zhang, I hope that we've been able to sway you, just get, and maybe to Superintendent Triplett's question or maybe suggestion was that if we amend the motion to state that we are going to limit the impact to the music cohort to a maximum of 2 sites, does that help get more comfort with the motion, Member Zhang?
And I just did the math. At Kennedy, if those 6th graders are moved, Kennedy's capacity would be at 348. with the sixth graders being moved, there would be about 384 students at Kennedy, and they have a capacity of 534, which leaves about 186 available to be able to move the majority of the cohorts from music to Kennedy, if we were to be able to do that, and then reconsider the SDC students, moving them to possibly Graham, or the kinder program to BGP, because they have the capacity there, and they they also already have playgrounds and availability to be able to house that population.
So it will be possibly be half of them going to Kennedy, the other half of them will be going to Graham.
Well, I think member Wynn said let's assume everybody, there would be almost a full capacity to absorb most of the students. But again, I think we saw some comments come through, right? That there are some families that would rather go to Graham, right? So we can't also make that decision for them that, you're all going Kennedy, because if some folks, want to go to Graham, we should give them that opportunity. I think offering up, to your point, the minimum number of split points, I think that's what you're after. And I think that's what we would be able to do with Kennedy and or Graham, if that's what they chose.
Yeah, I mean, if they choose to go to Graham, I guess Graham will probably remain a Title I school, right? Because one of the other things is I don't think we'll reduce the number of Title I students we serve, and I certainly don't. Since we're not going to reduce the number of Title I students we serve, I certainly initially don't want to reduce the number of Title I schools. So, given if music is really gone, then you lose one Title I school. Hopefully, Graham will remain Title I school. So Graham and Shilling will be the two remaining Title I school in the district, I guess. So let me summarize this. This is actually kind of hard for me to swallow, because by looking at the data, I really feel like the BGI thing is thing that's worth discussing, at least like worth discussion, because the committee didn't really spend that much time thinking about it. Just a straight voted on, then that's it. And let me finish. If the assumption is, if some music school, some music kid going to Kennedy, given that that's a high performing school, that their grade their performance will improve, and let's say if the cohort going to Grant, they will remain Title I school, and given Grant did such a fantastic job in the past 2 or 3 years improving the score. Ultimately, it's about the kids and it's about the academic performance. Then I can swallow this, but this will really be painful for me. I am not a very emotional person, but I never thought that this time that I actually do have a special connection, emotional connection with music.
Member Zhang, and absolutely, and we all have emotional connections, but unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of making emotional decisions, right? And I just wanted to push back on the fact that the
special needs kids music.
Absolutely. And we have our special need kids across our district, and we should be committed to serving their needs wherever building that they're in. And the other thing I wanted to push back is, it's not, I don't think it's fair to say that the school advisory committee did not discuss, just the ratings. Of course, that they discussed, and they actually had conversations as to why some sites might just not make sense, even though they landed with certain points. So I just wanted to, because this has been a difficult process for everybody. I absolutely get it. But at the end of the day, it is this painful decision, and we all have connections to all the sites. remember when you and I walk each and every single site, right, to ascertain, that it's families, and you see the little kids and you see their little paintings, and these are real people that we're impacting, right? But I think at the end of the day, we need to make the most objective decision. So I know this is very, very difficult for you. So I do appreciate that, but I just wanted to say that I think that, in fairness, there was quite a bit of discussion from the advisory committee.
I guess we can go to a final vote.
Okay,
would you like me to amend my motion?
Yes. So Ms. Gutierrez, what would be the guidance here? If the amendment would she pull it back and restate, or
what's the amendment?
Go ahead, President Martinez.
I think and Member Zhang, you can correct me, or Superintendent, but the amendment would be that it would be music would be in the second year, and the target would be to minimize to target one maximum of two schools where the cohort would be split.
Yeah. So with that in mind, you have two options. You can leave the motion as is with instructions provided to staff, or if you wanted to amend the motion, then you could as well.
Member Zhang, do you have a preference? Would you rather it be part of the motion, or would you rather it be part instruction to staff?
I think that's make it part of the motion.
Okay.
So in this case, just to formalize it, then Member Zhang withdraws his second. Member Nguyen amends her motion.
So Member Nguyen, can you try to add that component to your motion?
Sure. Member Zhang has to withdraw his.
Yeah, I'll withdraw my second.
Okay. And I will amend my motion. I move that we merge Snow and Graham to the Graham campus for the 21-22 school year. Move the sixth graders to the junior high starting the 22-23 school year, and wait until the 22-23 school year to consolidate music and make sure that the cohorts, or the split between the cohorts, is between 1 and 2 schools.
Ms. Gutierrez, did you capture that? Okay. Okay, may I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. So Member Nguyen moves, Member Zhang seconds. Student Member Salemi, how do you vote?
Just before I give my vote, I just wanted to make sure, I think it's important to note, I'm representing the concern of students, and unfortunately, it just seems like we're getting the short end of the stick again. I understand that the board looks at this difficult decision with good intent, and I'm not here to point fingers, and I hope it didn't seem that way. I truly appreciate all the hard work from everyone, but with me being a student member and everything that I mentioned earlier and have been mentioning as a student representative, I need to ensure I'm amplifying their voice and thinking of them and so many families that are going to be affected. And it is for that reason I vote no.
Thank you, Student Member Salemi. Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. So the motion carries. Thank you. Very, very difficult decision, and to Student Member Salemi's point, there's a lot of impact happening now, and I'm sure Superintendent Triplett, much more to come in terms of communication, and so folks know kind of what will be the next steps. This is definitely something we always learn and we continue to hear, hey, we can always do better at communication. So we will definitely work on a strategy to make, to over communicate if that's possible. Okay, thank you. Also, student members, so let me just, it's 11 o'clock. You're welcome to step away if it's a school night, so we won't hold it against you. I'll leave it to you. Okay.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Salemi.
Okay, thank you for the difficult, the thorough discussion. And with that, we have new business. We have approximately 1 hour to get through new business. So the very first one, Superintendent, is the change order. Is that where I'm at? Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. The change order for the paving project. Let's see, the staff recommends that the board approve the change order for the paving project as presented. May I have a motion in a second, please? I think member Nguyen is moving. Yep.
I move to approve.
Yep. I'll second. Okay, and any public comment on this item, Ms. Gutierrez?
None.
Okay. And so, Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you. And Ms. De La Cruz, do we have Mr. Caputo here this evening? Are we?
Yes,
Yeah,
Mr. Rose, if you could please move Mr. Ralph Caputo.
And also Mr. Bezar, is he here too? Jalil Bezar? Ralph, did Jalil come with you?
Yes, he is in standby.
Okay.
He's being moved over now. Okay, there he is.
So I believe we'll have Mr. Baziar and Mr. Caputo explain, but we were able to have savings, I believe, in this in the contract and the work of paving, and so there are some additional areas that would really benefit from a change order and some repaving, and so I'll turn it over to them to discuss the details of that.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Triplett, and community. Before you is the change order for the paving project. I would like to first review the September 17th board action where we sought approval of the paving bid. In that action item, we had a contingency budget of $50,000. And so the item in front of you really closes out the initial paving project with the savings of about $25,000. And so the add item for work that was identified as a safety priority at the high school that's written in the board action item is $47,000. So the net change order is approximately half of that. So the project will be completed under the budget that was approved in September with your approval tonight, including extra work that was identified at the high school. In the board package items, there's an itemized list of some miscellaneous items under the base contract, a combination of adds and deducts. We can go over them individually or respond to any questions. But the sum total of this is as we were completing the work, the district identified two other areas, a small project at JFK for, excuse me here as I juggle my paperwork, for approximately $3,760 or $3,760. And then work at the high school for some additional paving repairs for $47,000. That neither one were identified under the original scope of work, but again, they can be added and still be under the budget approved by the board in September. If there are any questions, Jalil can speak more specifically. to each item and area that we were talking about if members have any questions when they reviewed the board packet.
Any questions, Member Zhang? Member Nguyen? My only question was, and you spoke to it, was, I suppose, why wasn't this included as part of the initial? So is this we weren't aware that this was an issue?
It was brought to us by the Director of Maintenance and Operations.
After the fact.
Yeah.
Okay, well, these, so the net is the 24,000. Okay. Okay, if there are no other questions or comments, Ms. Gutierrez, can you please repeat the motion?
Staff recommends that the board approve the change order for the paving project as presented. Motion made by Member Nguyen and second by Member Martinez.
Okay, and are we voting on board docs or hand vote? Hand vote?
Oh, we can do board docs. Are you guys,
Okay.
Are you guys ready? Okay, I will.
Yeah. I know earlier it wasn't working, so.
I sent the votes over. Okay. Give me 1 second. Perfect. Okay. Close voting. Showing my screen. Motion carries with 3 yeas.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Caputo and Mr. Bezar and Ms. Dela Cruz. Or sorry if I mispronounce your name. Okay.
Thank you both.
Thank you. And with that, we move to item 11.2, which is the purchase of global plasma solutions for our HVAC system. So staff recommends that the board approve the purchase of the plasma solution needlepoint bipolar ionization units as presented. May I have a motion and a second, please?
I move to approve 11.2 purchase of global plasma solution needlepoint bipolar. Okay, never mind. Just 11.2.
I second it.
Thank you, Member Zhang. Member Nguyen moves, Member Zhang seconds. Superintendent, who will be presenting this item?
Yeah, I believe we have a presenter here that is going to speak to this item. I will say that this is a really exciting opportunity, I think, for us to try to address some of the concerns around air quality, and particularly in relationship to COVID-19, but also in terms of other airborne issues around like smoke inhalation due to forest fires and just general bacteria. This is some really amazing technology that has been developed, and our presenter will speak more about it, but I think it really could give a lot of peace of mind to our staff, our students, and our families with relationship to really improving air quality. And I will say the cost is not insignificant, but we really feel like this is really money well spent because it's about the safety and the health of our students and staff. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Cederman, who can speak more about this technology.
All right, I will try to keep it brief, and feel free to interrupt me if you have any questions, because I know you guys have been at it for a bit.
Excuse me for a second.
Do you want me to focus on anything specifically, Marie, or based on what you've seen in the past?
No, I just wanted to ask Ms. Gutierrez to bring Mr. Caputo back, because he was actually part of this as well. Before you get started.
Sounds good.
Sorry.
Mr. Rose, could you please bring back Mr. Caputo? Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, no problem. So the technology that I'm going to go over is something that we would incorporate into your existing HVAC systems. So it's a device that can be simply installed to help mitigate any mitigate viruses, mold, and also deal with smoke and odor concerns as well. So ionization is something that's been around for a long period of time. So this company, Global Plasma Solutions, has really finite their technology to what they call bipolar needlepoint ionization. And the reason why the needlepoint is so important is they figured out how to do ionization to have no harmful byproducts. So let me just pull up a couple things here. Needlepoint bipolar ionization deals with several different things. One, first of all, is particle reduction. When these devices produce ions, they charge the particles in the air, making them larger, so that way they can be captured by your filters downstream. So if you look at some of the ASHRAE reopening guidelines for schools, they have recommended using ionization, especially for systems that don't have the capability of increasing the filter capacity from MERV 8 to MERV 13 or higher, to using this technology because it doesn't add any additional static pressure concerns to the system. So it charges these particles that are small in the air, making them larger so your filters can do a better job of capturing those particles. It also reduces odors in the air. So it breaks those things down so we can no longer smell them. That's one of the reasons why we've seen this technology used, especially for smoke concerns in our area. So we have fire seasons every year. We've had several school districts install these, and it's really mitigated any smoke odors in their facilities. So not only are you going to be able to deal with viruses with this ionization technology, but there's the long term of being able to deal with the odor concerns from our smoke seasons that we have. And it deals with pathogens and virus concerns. This company in particular has also focused on energy savings in the past because since it's installed in your HVAC systems, it also helps keep your cooling coils very clean. So it keeps the fan running at optimum energy without adding any additional static pressure to the system. So they like to remember those things by using this acronym of POPE, so particles, odors, pathogens, and energy, as the benefits for the technology. Ions are things that are naturally occurring. So if you look at where you breathe the cleanest air, up in the mountains, near the ocean, you'll see very high ion concentrations. It's only when you get into more toxic environments like cities where you see the ion concentrations going down. So if you were to go take an ion meter and put it in near a waterfall, you would see ion concentrations in 5,000s or higher. In the cities is when you start to see those ions being degraded and much lower. So what we're trying to do with this technology is basically duplicate those clean air situations by artificially producing ions in the occupied space. So how does it work? So what we do is we have these carbon fiber needles on these devices. We apply power to them, and it produces the ions into the space. So ions are basically charged hydrogen and oxygen ions. Sometimes it's also referred to as plasma. One of the concerns, because ionization has been around since like the early 1900s, is harmful byproducts. One of the ways that GPS has been able to deal with that is they operate on what is called an electron voltage potential less than 11.8. The reason why that's important is in the past, the harmful byproducts of ionization is ozone. And the way you produce ozone is by breaking down oxygen. If you look at this chart, oxygen has an electron voltage potential of 12. So since we operate lower than that with this technology, we do not break down oxygen. So we do not have ozone as a harmful byproduct. GPS has done even more to certify this. So there is a UL certification certifying this technology as an ozone-free technology, stating that it produces less than 5 parts per billion. So this is the certification that you would be looking for ionization technology that is ozone-free, which is UL 2998. ASHRAE ventilation guidelines also references this guideline that you need to have this certification in order to be used as an air cleaning device. So GPS has a certification on their devices, and it's backed up and supported by ASHRAE's reopening guidelines for schools. There's an older UL standard, and that's what this is referencing here. So you'll see some of the older technologies that might possibly have this UL 867 certification, but as you can see here, it's not as stringent as the most current guidelines that have been released in 2019. This just pulls up this ASHRAE 62 ventilation guideline here, where it specifically states that air cleaning devices shall be listed and labeled in accordance to UL 2998. This just to remind everybody, this is not new. So there's a lot of different papers where ASHRAE has actually looked at ionization in the early 1960s as a solution. So this is something that's not new. It's just been finite and perfected, so that way there is no concerns of any harmful byproducts from this technology. The older technology was this bulb type technology. Over here is what is the device that is what we're using now. And I actually have one here, which is what you would probably be using in your HVAC systems. So this is the device, very small and simple and easy to install. We provide it with these magnets, which allow it to attach to basically any fan wall housing of any of your HVAC systems. It's simply powered and turned on, and that's it. One of the reasons why I just want to show it as an example is to show how easily it's installed. So that way the facilities people can actually look at these devices. The other key component to look at these devices as well is there's a self-cleaning feature. So since these little carbon fiber needles, which is what produces the ions right here at the top of the device, are charged, particulate can possibly accumulate on top, lowering the ion production, which we want to keep it as highest. These little bristles basically brush off any particulate to keep them nice and clean, keeping your ion concentration at the highest that it can be. So it makes it a maintenance-free device as well. So that's the other thing to look at if you're looking at comparable devices. This one is actually going to be a maintenance-free device. Okay, so how does it deal with the VOCs and the things that we don't want to be breathing? So to show you, this is an ammonia molecule. It goes through the plasma field, which we're creating with this device, and brings things down into less harmful byproducts, hydrogen, nitrogen, for example. The hydrogen will conglomerate with oxygen in the air, producing water vapor. Not anything that's going to add any humidity to your space. It's pretty negligible, but it's just to show you that these are things that are naturally occurring that we're okay with breathing much better than ammonia. Especially with fire season, we've seen a lot of schools do some IAQ testing and seeing a lot of the byproduct. One of the big byproducts from the fire seasons that we have is formaldehyde. So now we can actually deal with the formaldehyde in the air, break it down through the plasma field, and carbon dioxide and water vapor is the byproduct. Particulate, this is the viruses here. So how does it deal with viruses? So viruses are typically either an RNA or DNA structure. So in order to make them inert, you have to break apart that RNA or DNA structure. The way ionization does that is the ions create hydroxyls in the air, robbing the virus of its hydrogen and basically making it inert. So it breaks apart that RNA DNA chain, so it can basically be killed for all intents and purposes. So this kind of shows it here. The virus, in order to be alive and to survive, is it has that hydrogen. So if we rob it, we break that bond and we make it inert so it can be captured by your filters. Other thing it deals with is mold. So this is a very simple test, but it's just to show you how, in the simplest terms, how it deals with things. So we have water and bread in a container. On the right-hand side, no ionization. The left-hand side, we have ionization. And you can see on the right-hand side here how mold actually grows because of the water vapor in this container. where if we had the ionization, the mold doesn't grow. So this is one of the ways that we can actually keep the coils that could possibly, we don't have to deal with it so much in our environment, but in very humid climates where they possibly have mold or growth on their cooling coils in their HVAC systems, having ionization actually lowers the maintenance cost even in their HVAC systems because it keeps that mold from growing in those devices. Particulates. So you are able to actually increase the effectiveness of your filters by using ionization. When you produce the ions in the air, it charges the particles in the air, making them larger so your filters can do a better job at capturing. I think I have. So we have a couple different test data that we can show you, but there's been some lab testing and some site testing to show a MERV 8 filter with ionization actually has a capture rate closer to a MERV 13 filter. The other thing to really think about too is when we're talking about virus mitigation, if you can make these smaller particles larger so they can be moved to your filters and captured, reducing the particulate in your air also reduces the pathway on which viruses can travel on. So particle reduction in your space using ionization is a big deal when you're trying to deal with COVID or any sort of other virus mitigation. Comparing to other technologies such as UVC, UV, the light has to come directly in contact with virus or mold or bacteria in order to kill it or make it inert. When you are producing ions, they're moving into the occupied space and dealing with things in the occupied space, not just the cooling coil in your HVAC system. Not so much safety concerns, you don't want to be exposed directly to any sort of UV in the space, and it deals with odors and particulates and other things that UV will emit. This is the slide I was looking for. So there's been some test data to show here, and this is looking specifically at the percentage of a SARS virus specifically, and the different MERV ratings of different filters. So what we've seen in most schools, and especially some of the older schools that have lower efficiency filters, they're normally around a MERV 8 specifically. So if you can look here, this is the capture rate of a MERV 8 filter with nothing but the filter itself. So you have a capture rate of about 11%. If we add ionization to that system, you have a capture rate much higher at an 84%, which is closer, going back to this column here, in between a MERV 13 or a MERV 15 filter. So it can really do a great job of improving that effectiveness. This is just to go and to show how, the effectiveness of UV and the maintenance cost. Looking at the device I showed you, we're not talking about a device that needs to be maintained. There's a little LED on it to show that it's functioning. We worked with several school districts to get them ion counters so they can actually measure the ions to make sure that they're getting the effectiveness in their space as a verification. And there is a dry contact as well if it needs to be wired back to a BMS to show that there's actually production of ions. PCU technologies is something else that's being pushed heavily right now too, but you have to look at possibly other harmful byproducts such as titanium dioxide, which has found to be possibly the new asbestos. It's a possible human carcinogen. And it's really important to go back to that standard UL 2998. It needs to be listed in accordance to that to be recommended by ASHRAE as an air cleaning device. And test results. So I've sent over to the school district, or to Ralph and his team actually, a lot of different test data that GPS has done, or they haven't done rather. Their products have been tested by third-party companies to show their effectiveness on a lot of different viruses. So neurovirus, Legionella disease, and they have actually tested on COVID-19 as well. GPS has been around since the early 2000s. They've done a lot of work with the aviation industry. So with the help of them, they were able to actually test ionization on COVID-19, which is that SARS-CoV-2 at the bottom of the screen. And they basically had a 20 by 20 large chamber test. It's the way you have to do a virus test, and sprayed the virus into the air, put ions into the space. The specimen, it was tested all over different surfaces. They were trying to duplicate like a conference room setting on different, either a tabletop. They also tested on leather and fabrics, and it found that that COVID-19 was killed within 30 minutes to a 99.4% kill rate. So they have tested their ionization product directly on our most biggest concern today.
Perfect. Thank you. And I'm just watching the clock. We still have a few items.
No,
to
you're good.
I know this is actually super interesting. It has been a long day, but most importantly, it's because we just need to get through some other items. So yeah. I'm not sure how many more slides you've got.
That kind of covers it, honestly. And then I would rather you guys ask questions anyway, if there's any concerns, but that kind of covers the topic.
Okay, perfect. I did want to make sure that the board had a few minutes to ask questions, and then
perfect.
Mr. Caputo's is on as well. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'll open it up for questions. Again, just watching the clock. Miss member, sorry, I'm calling you Mr. Member Zhang or Member Nguyen, any questions?
I don't have any.
No, I don't have either.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think this is, you know, just really helpful data. Just, I listened in today into the Alameda County Office of Education and Public Health. And it was interesting because there was quite a bit of talk about how really at the end of the day, the data shows that it's really the filtration system much more so than the surfaces that are have proven to be effective in protecting against COVID. So the more robust our filtration systems, that's much more significant. They said, you know, they're not changing the you know, one is more important than the other, but that's just kind of a lot of the conversation. So this is really helpful. I did have a question with regard, and this is more to staff. I know that you are bringing forth a request for a certain number of units to pilot, and then there's the remaining. So, so is the intent that you would be bringing, after how much time of testing or piloting would you expect that you would be bringing back the recommendation one way or the other for the remaining systems?
Yeah, thank you. Ms. De La Cruz, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, so our intent is to provide these units to all of our systems. And right now with the initial purchase, we'll be able to determine what the installation will look like and how they'll work in the classrooms. And we have to find what they call a piggyback, or possibly do an emergency resolution in order for us to buy the other units. And we are hoping we can do that within the next month or so.
Yes, the primary purpose for bifurcating this is that the district has certain procurement restrictions, and this one falls under the district's ability to purchase up to 95,200, I believe. It's also based on, you know, everybody's demanding these, and so the companies are trying to mass produce them. So we're looking to take stock under the current procurement limit for what we can get right now, particularly for the first group of school openings. The one consideration I'll add to the discussion is that the district, I mean, among and having watched some of your board meetings and listened to the board and community's concerns about how to improve safety and precautions as you reopen schools, you know, the district has been replacing filters. As was alluded to earlier, a lot of the new systems in the district are capable of using the MERV filters. However, we have an awful lot of HVAC units that can't handle the MERV 13 filters, and most of those are only being replaced with MERV 8s. The other overriding consideration is that filters, even HEPA filters, don't kill the virus. Depending on the type of filters, they can only collect it. So this improves the ability to collect and will also kill the virus. So it's an added precautionary measure.
Okay. Thank you. That helps to understand, because, you know, if it seems like it works and we want it, why are we getting it in 2 installments? So that helps.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're going to have to come back with an emergency, you know, provision or some other way in order to legally purchase the balance of these.
Okay, very good. If there are no other questions, I will ask Ms. Gutierrez to repeat the motion on the table, please.
Staff recommends that the board approve the purchase of Global Plasma Solutions needlepoint bipolar ionization units for the HVAC systems as presented. Motion made by member Zhang and motion made by member Nguyen and second by member Zhang.
Thank you. Okay, and if you can please open up voting, please.
You should be receiving the notice now.
Yes, thank you.
President Martinez, just waiting for your vote to come in.
Oh, sorry, I thought I hit yay.
Okay, I got it. I have closed voting. Okay. 3 yeas, motion carries.
Thank you. Thanks everyone. Very informative. Sorry your energy level is a little low, but we are very excited for you guys to bring this forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Nicole. Thanks, Ralph.
Okay. All right. And with that, we move to item 11.3, which is staff recommends that the board approve the redesign group contract as proposed to upgrade and replace the district network and servers as presented. May I get a motion and a second, please?
I move to approve 11.3, district data center hardware upgrade and replacement.
I second it.
Thank you. Member Nguyen moves, Member Zhang seconds. Who's speaking to this one?
Hi, President Martinez. We do have a presenter. However, I'm wondering if what would be best is the presenter. We can bring a presenter on the panel, but really maybe just start with any questions. I know that there's this is time sensitive to 12 o'clock, so
yeah,
that might be the best way to go.
I think that's true, because I'm not sure. Obviously, this information has been made available to us, so I know that I have a relatively basic question, but I will ask Member Nguyen and Member Zhang if they've got any questions with regards to the proposal.
Oh, I just got a comment. I think I understand this is the federal the CARES money, but I think we had a discussion about moving the storage and server to the public cloud. I don't know what the progress on that, because eventually, I mean, hosting our in-house server and storage is a very expensive operation. I guess moving to the public cloud is the cost-efficient way eventually.
Thank you, Member Jun. Mr. Rose, do you want to speak to that, or are we bringing our presenter in as well?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
So chooses.
Is he still here?
I think he is. Yes, he is.
Well, while they're doing that, Member Nguyen, did you have any questions for staff or comments?
Actually, I do, because the background, it said that the district needs to upgrade its network and servers to accommodate distance learning requirements. So my question is, and I was looking through the specs, so this is a hypervisor system that you guys are purchasing mainly to migrate servers, and then the 2 Dell switches that are part of the purchase in order to accommodate the nodes that are purchased for the hypervisor. So is there any intent in upgrading the district's network at all?
I guess that part of it was a little bit of a misnomer. The network part will not be upgraded. It's my understanding. I did a little research that the network was actually upgraded back in the summer of 2018 as part of the Wi-Fi upgrade Measure G bond. So the switches, the networking part, that was actually upgraded 2 years ago. We're looking specifically to upgrade the server and the SAN part of our data center.
Okay, so my next question is, so there is a plan to be migrating from your previous systems over to the hypervisors, and also is there redundancy in that part? And my biggest concern is where is the replication going, and then also are you guys having a proper backup system or snapshotting of these VMs moving forward?
Yes, and I think Mr. Sen, and I'm probably mispronouncing his name here, Mr. Senario, can probably speak a little more to the redundancy part of the hypervisor device, but we do have which backs up software-wise our server environment, and there is some redundancy and backup built into the hypervisor device itself. So we're really trying to cover our bases in 2 or 3 different ways here.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is Phil St. Generio from the Redesign Group. Good evening, everybody. I can comment just on the actual platform itself, which is the Dell Technologies VxRail, is fully redundant, inclusive of the networking switches that are included as a part of the solution. Do you want me to pull up the presentation and talk through the design, or I guess I could just say at a high level, the platform consists of 4 nodes. Data on the platform is in a mirrored configuration, so you can lose any node in the cluster and still maintain the same level of performance and data availability to the applications.
Are these 4 nodes hosted in your own server, in your own space, or is hosted on the public cloud?
No, it's on-prem.
That's also okay. It's on-prem. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, and there's full redundancy up and down the system, and then additional high availability to allow for maintenance events without any sort of interruption to the district's applications and workloads.
So when you say full redundancy, are you talking about they're all active node together, or you have standby node in case one is failing?
Yeah, so the data is there's 4 nodes. It's set up in it sounds like you have some technical background, so I'll go into some technical terms, but the cluster is set up in a RAID 5 configuration, which allows for 3 nodes and a standby node essentially. The way the system works is that all of the nodes can perform in a cluster, but you can lose any one node and still maintain full functionality. And then the configuration actually has an additional level of high availability. So CPU, memory, and storage, you have enough to lose a node and still make sure you have full performance essentially.
But but is there backup for if you lose a VM? I mean, is there a snapshotting capability if you lose a VM to be able to bring up that server that is being hosted on there?
Yeah, so there is snapshot technology within the system, and from a storage capacity standpoint, there's enough growth. You're basically going to be about 50% full on day one. So you could do multiple snapshots, but Paul also has his own backup infrastructure that's currently set up to do daily backups, weekly backups, monthly backups. And so that aspect of the data protection is already covered external to what we're looking at in this proposal.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I mean, obviously, I don't have any questions. I think you guys covered a lot of the. I mean, I would call it just redundancy, which is a lot of what you all, I think, remember when in very technical.
Yeah, sorry, very technical because we have scale computing at our work, so this is just a different hardware, but it's similar capabilities. So
excellent. Okay, so if there are no more questions, I'm going to ask Ms. Gutierrez to repeat the motion, please.
Motion is that staff recommends that the board approve the redesign group contract as proposed to upgrade and replace the district network and servers as presented. Motion made by member Nguyen and second by member Zhang.
Very good. Thank you. If you could send us the vote.
President Martinez, there seems to be a delay on your vote.
I sent it. It's a yay. So
okay, 1 second. Thank you. And motion carries with 3 yeas.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
But Member Zhang is correct. We should, if moving forward after this, we should be looking at a cloud-based solution.
Oh, yeah, that's hopefully part of our guidance as we develop our longer term plan.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you. All right. So moving right along with 19 minutes to go, we have looked at whether some of these could be pulled and brought back, but many of these are time sensitive, is my understanding, because of the CARES funding and allocation. All right, the next item is the purchase of student Chromebooks, and staff recommends that the board approve the purchase of an additional 440 student Chromebooks from Firefly Computers as presented. May I have a motion and a second?
I move to approve.
Thank you.
I second it.
Member Nguyen moves, Member Zhang seconds. And with this one, again, maybe for expediency's sake, again, the information has been provided. Member Zhang or Member Nguyen, do you have any questions with regards to this additional purchase?
Yeah, I think I might miss the first time we purchased this Chromebook, because it feels like we're buying the Chromebook from a middleman, not really just from the seller. It's because Firefly Computer, this is not a factory. I mean, this is is that a middleman that we're hiring to buy these Chromebooks?
Ms. Dela Cruz or Mr. Rose, do you want to respond?
They are what they call a VAR, a verified reseller that we have purchased our devices from in the past.
Okay, I see.
Is this who we to Member Zhang's question? Is this who we did the big purchase from, or not, or through them as well?
Yes, we purchased.
Okay, so it's the same one that.
Back in July from them. These are just additional ones.
Yeah. Okay, and I know that we bought quite a bit, quite a few, and we know we've got quite a bit in circulation. Just in general question is, are we does every student have their own Chromebook, or are we still, or some families are still sharing? Do we know that?
Every family that's requested one has checked one out. Some are using their own personal devices. This is mainly the first purchase was to replace approximately 1,800 devices that were past end of life.
Yeah.
These are actually going to replace ones that are coming up in this June that are end of lifing.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
I know I mentioned this before, but I just want to reiterate the need to asset tag the Chromebooks. So I hope that we do have the ability to track them and then have them brought back in so that we can make those adjustments.
Yeah, and we have been asset taking them.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gutierrez, can you please repeat the motion on the table?
Yes, and sorry, staff recommends that the board approve the purchase of 440 student Chromebooks from Firefly computers as presented. And motion by member Nguyen, second by member Zhang.
Okay. Very good. If you can send us the vote request. Hopefully you got my vote. If not, it's a yay. And Ms. Gutierrez, we understand. We all had little kids, so no worries.
Motion carries.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rose and Ms. De La Cruz for bringing this forward. 11.5 is Newark Memorial High School floor finish. Staff recommends that the board approve the purchase of floor finish. So this is from Clean Smart Solutions for the new floors at Newark Memorial High School as presented. May I have a motion and a second, please?
I move to approve the purchase of floor finish from Clean Smart Solution for the new floors at Newark Memorial High.
Thank you, Member John.
I second.
Member Nguyen seconds. Okay. Any questions for staff on this one? This one I think was pretty self-explanatory.
I don't have any.
Okay. I don't have any either. Member Jean?
No.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Gutierrez, the motion on the table.
Motion is that staff recommends that the board approve the purchase of floor finish from Clean Smart Solutions for the new floors at Newark Memorial High School as presented. Motion by member Zhang and second by member Nguyen.
Thank you. Send. Okay. Did you get my vote?
No, sorry, there's some kind of delay.
Yay, that's so weird.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Motion carries with 3 yeas.
Thank you. Okay, and so 11.6 was pulled. So we
Correct.
move to consent agenda personnel items. May I have a motion and a second to approve 12.1?
I move to approve 12.1 personnel report.
I second it.
Member Nguyen moves, Member Zhang seconds. If you can send the vote, Ms. Gutierrez.
Vote's been opened.
Okay, if you haven't gotten mine, it's a yay.
Okay, and member Zhang, haven't got yours either.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Voting passes unanimously, 3 yeas.
Thank you. Okay, the next item is consent agenda non-personnel items. There's 13.1, 13.2, the financial reports in 13.3, 13.4 with its warrant report, and 13.5 board bylaw. I don't want to pull the board bylaw, but I may have to just because I have one small request on it. So if I can maybe ask for a motion and a second to approve 13.1 through 13.4.
Okay, I move to approve 13.1 to 13.4.
I second.
Okay.
Okay, and if you want to send us the vote.
Did you receive it? I sent it.
Yes, I received it.
Okay. Waiting for member Zhang, member Martinez.
Okay, mine is a yay. I did send it already.
And it just came in. And unanimous for 13.1 to 13.4.
Okay, thank you. With regards to the board bylaw, it's actually a relatively simple request. I think I was trying to open it. I'm sorry, I don't have it open. But Ms. Gutierrez, it's the last line that references that meetings are available online. And it just has the statement online. Could we be more specific and say are available at, you know, whether it's our YouTube channel or on our website so that we're more specific? That would be my ask. So I would recommend that we approve with that small modification.
That change can be made?
Yes.
Yes. And, oh, sorry.
sorry.
In regards to that line also, it just says recordings of a meeting are public records. Can we rephrase that a little bit? Recordings.
Actually, can we bring this back to the next meeting? I don't think we have enough time. We still have, I do want to go through this meeting, but we have the individual board committee report and the request. There's 9 minutes left in this meeting.
Yes, and by the way, Member Jean, we've also been researching we've been operating once again on we could only extend once because that's the way I know that we've always done it, but we still can't find it in writing. So it may be we can. From urgency, if you will it affect, I mean, obviously, Ms. Gutierrez, it'll delay your ability to bring back to become current with the minutes, but are we okay to bring back for a second reading?
Yeah,
we can do that.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Member Jean. Okay, so that was the last item. So with that, we go to item 14, which is committee reports and I don't know that we have it. Oh, sorry, there was a committee meeting. So if someone of you would like to give an update.
Yeah, so we attended a city liaison meeting. From our side, we talk about school consolidation and reopening plan. From the city side, they did talk about the cross guard for our kids, and more importantly, we got a update for there's this newer camp program. But more importantly, we got an update about the current ongoing development in the Bayshore side, which can be up to potentially 2,500. I think we still right now the one that's being approved and building is in progress, 700 to 800 of them, and there is also roughly 300 to 350 apartment rentals that will be installed in New Park Mall, and all of them will be rentals, and there will be 4-story apartment, and with the potential to go up to 1,600. This actually was being proposed 2 or 3 years ago, but it started getting momentum because the developer has submitted the first phase for approval. This will be the New Park Mall Village. And obviously, Century Village will be up to 381 single-family home. So that's I think on the both ends of our town, hopefully we'll see some new enrollment.
Yes, that's great news. Thank you for sharing. Was that the only committee meeting? I think that we participated.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Anything you'd like to add, Member Nguyen?
No, they also covered, the city also covered the COVID rates and how was impacting our Latinx community. And so that, and then they also had a committee that was supplying the community with PPE and education throughout our community in regards to COVID. So I thought that was great work that they were doing.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, we move to committee requests. So Member Nguyen, we'll start with you. And we have 6 minutes for this,
Okay.
plus the superintendent.
I don't have any requests. I just, my main request is that we bring back study sessions again, and in regards to, you know, how we load classrooms and our combo classes. But that's pretty much it. And I just want to wish, I know that the last few weeks have been heart-wrenching for a lot of our families here in the district, especially having to, our decision tonight on school consolidation. And I just wanted to reach out and tell the families that, you know, it is difficult and we are in unprecedented times with the pandemic, but we do have to make this decision, unfortunate decision at this time. And we are not the only district that had to make this decision. Cupertino had to do it also. And it's been very difficult. And I know that we're heading into the holidays, and I just want to wish everybody, you know, the decision is made, and I hope that people can really come to terms with it. But the holidays are upon us, and I hope that everyone has a wonderful holiday, you know, Thanksgiving break, a week to just relax and enjoy with their families, especially the teachers in our district and our staff. I know that you guys have worked tremendously hard with distance learning and also went above and beyond for all the families here. So please take the time off and really enjoy your family and hug your loved ones. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Member Nguyen. Member Zhang?
So number one, do provide counseling for the impacted kids by tonight's decision. So hopefully we do it starting tomorrow. Number two, it's been 8 months since we have the audit committee meetings. I think the unaudited result from last year came out 3-4 months already. So I wonder when we're gonna have another audit committee meeting, because I'm the chair of that committee.
So if Ms. Dela Cruz or Superintendent, if you can please provide an update on when the next one, yeah.
Yeah, we'll provide an update on that.
Yeah. Anything else, Member Zhang?
Obviously, we're back to the purple tier. So I do hope we can communicate to the parents that we are not reopening right now. And we have Thanksgiving weekends coming up. Although this time will be quite different, I hope people avoid big gathering and possibly change your plan for this year. I mean, this is an unusual year, and stay at home and stay safe.
Thank you, Member Zhang. I just wanted to say, I mean, we, again, with 3 minutes, but incredibly difficult times that we're going through. You do have our commitment that we will work, you know, obviously through superintendent and staff to make this process as painless as possible. We know it's impactful, but we will do our very best to limit any disruptions. So just watching the clock, I will turn it over to you. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving, by the way, everyone. And with that, I turn it to you, Superintendent Triplett, for concluding remarks.
Thank you, President Martinez. And thank you to the staff and board members for engaging in this very, very difficult process and decision. I know that there's a lot of healing that needs to happen. And we really do need to now make sure that we are coming together to support the students who will be and families who will be impacted the most by this, but really all the students and families. So I just want to personally make a deep commitment to doing that. And again, just appreciate everyone for engaging in this very, very challenging decision. And I hope from this that better things are to come. So I wish everybody a very happy Thanksgiving, And again, thank you to everyone.
Thank you so much. Again, yes, thank you for everyone. Thanks for staying up, staff, and Ms. Guevara for the translation services, Ms. Gutierrez for obviously keeping us on track as much as you possibly can. So much appreciated. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
I second it.
Member Nguyen moves, Member Zhang seconds. Can we just do a hand vote? All in favor? Aye. Ms. Gutierrez, vote is unanimous. The motion carries. Meeting is adjourned 11:59 p.m. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you,
happy
everyone.
happy birthday to Miss Dela Cruz in 1 minute.
Oh,
Happy early birthday.
happy early birthday.
Happy early birthday.
Yeah, I want to wait for 30 seconds and really say that.
Okay. Bring out the champagne. All right. Good night, everybody. Thank
Have a
you.
good night.
Right. Happy birthday, Miss
Happy
Dela Cruz.
birthday.
Happy birthday now. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.